everyone. To celebrate and evaluate the 10 years of the Paris Agreement, we will begin the 2025 East Asia Climate Dialogue. My name is Choi Jae-hyung. I am the MC of this conference, and we provide simultaneous interpretation. And in the afternoon session, we'll have the English presentation. So if you need interpretation, please wear the receivers, Korean, channel 1, and channel 2 for English. In 2015, the climate journey began, and the COP30 was held in Belém, and the implementation efforts are being pursued here in Seoul. The 2025, the East Asia Climate Dialogue is hosted by Climate Change and the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the French Embassy in Korea to discuss the past 10 years of our efforts under the champion of the Paris Agreement. So we'll talk about the new age of the new NDC 3.0, and we'll also discuss the implementation of the mechanism in East Asia to achieve our goal. So I will briefly introduce how the session is conducted. First, we'll have the opening remarks, and we'll start with the dialogue with the youth and civil society. We will talk about the just transition and the youth engagement in the climate dialogue, and we'll have the lunch from the 12, and in the afternoon we will talk about the celebration of the Paris Agreement, and we'll have a high-level dialogue. And also we have the second session, the conversation with climate ambassadors. And we will have the Laurent Fabius, the former Prime Minister of France, will make a special keynote speech, and the climate ambassadors will join us to talk about the way forward to implement the commitment. And in the last session, we'll have the public dialogue for the region and industry stakeholder engagement. So in 2035 NDC and the non-stakeholders activities and the transition in Korea will be discussed with the representatives from industry and civil society. So I hope that you fully enjoyed the session and find these all sessions meaningful. And one more thing, and today's conference will not use the documents to save the paper, the resources. So if you can use the QR code to download any materials by using your cell phone. So let's begin 2025 East Asia Climate Dialogue. First, we'll start the opening ceremony. The host and the organizer of this conference, the Climate Change Center's chairperson, will make an opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we approach the end of 2025, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who attended today's 2025 East Asia Climate Dialogue, hosted by my Climate Change Center to commemorate 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We are deeply grateful to the 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the French Embassy in Korea for co-hosting this event with our center. My appreciation also goes to the KCCI and American Society Policy Institute, or ASPI, for their support. We would also like to express our deep gratitude to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the 8th UN Secretary General, and Honorable Dr. Lee Hae-sung, 6th IPCC Chair, His Excellency Philippe Bertou, French Ambassador to Korea, and His Excellency Brazilian Ambassador to Korea, and His Excellency Kim Yong-soo, Vice Minister of 2015 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission, for their congratulatory remarks at today's event. We also extend our special thanks to His Excellency Laurent Fabius, former Prime Minister of France and President of COP21, the Paris Climate Conference, who will deliver a keynote address via video recording. Our particular appreciation also goes to two speakers from China and Japan, respectively. Now I will switch my language into Korean. Please take your interpreter, translator. 글로벌 기후위기 대응
It has been 10 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, a milestone for global climate action. On December 12, 2015, the agreement was unanimously adopted by 196 parties. After 5 years of preparation of its implementation, it became effective into full implementation in 2021. At COP30, held last November in Belém, Brazil, more than 110 countries representing over 70% of global emissions submitted their 2035 NDCs. Although it is regrettable that the United States, the world's largest historical emitter, did not join the COP30, the global platform to confront the worsening climate crisis. However, transition toward a low-carbon economy remains irreversible. Now is the time to move beyond promises centered solely on national governments and focus full implementation driven by all actors. Local governments, businesses, civil society, and youth must become the main drivers of climate action on the ground. Since its establishment in 2008 as a civil society group specializing in climate change, the Climate Change Center has pursued raising public awareness and offering advanced education, policy development, dissemination, and advocacy cooperation with local governments and capacity building projects with developing countries. As the former chief negotiator for Korea during the Paris Agreement negotiations and adoption, this anniversary is particularly meaningful to me. For this reason, we have designed the inaugural East Asia Climate Dialogue, which the Climate Change Center will host annually for commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. This first edition will not only reflect the 10th year journey of the Paris Agreement, but explore its virtuous cycle with the NDC and highlight the participation of local governments, civil society, and youth and the non-state actors. And I hope that this East Asia Dialogue will continue to success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This gathering is not just the venue for discussion. We will look back on the past journey that we have made, and we will also discuss and look toward the future 10 years. Since the Paris Agreement adoption, many countries have made a lot of efforts to achieve the goals, and today we'll have the experts to discuss this. So the gathering is all the more meaningful. It was opening remarks from Mr. Choi Jae-chol.
과학적 토대. With that, we'd like to invite the chairman of the 6th IPCC and also the inaugural president of Non-Carbon Coalition for his welcoming remarks through virtually. So please watch the video.
Distinguished colleagues and dear friends, it's a great honor to join you in commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. I wish to express my deep appreciation to Ambassador Choi Jae-chol, the chair of the Climate Change Center, for convening this very important event. And I'd like to pay my utmost respect to His Excellency, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, whose vision made the Paris Agreement possible, and to the COP21 President, His Excellency Laurent Fabius, who guided it to adoption. Their leadership stands as a defining moment in the history of climate diplomacy. Both were deeply committed to science-based multilateralism, and as I stood beside them as IPCC chair at the opening of COP21 in Paris 10 years ago, I witnessed that conviction firsthand. The legacy endures today. The Paris Agreement has become the foundation of global climate governance. Over the past decade, the Paris Agreement has transformed climate policy, but also how nations, businesses, and communities envision their future. The recently announced 2035 nationally determined contributions signal a renewed global commitment. Yet, as the IPCC's Sixth Assessment Synthesis Report clearly states, the window to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach is narrowing very rapidly. The report emphasized that global greenhouse gas emissions must peak no later than this year, 2025, and then decline steeply throughout this decade. This year should mark the crucial starting point for the downward trajectory toward net zero emissions, an irreversible path unlike anything seen in human history. If we fail to achieve this, we must prepare to face the mounting challenges posed by sustained and unpredictable occurrences of extreme weather and climate events, both now and throughout this century. These challenges represent certainly the immediate and imminent threat to us, but also a lingering future threats locked in by slow onset ecosystem changes triggered by ongoing warming. Today is both a moment to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement and a moment to prepare for the next 10 years that will decide its success. First, we must strengthen the foundation of credibility, science-based targets, and robust MRV systems. Without transparent data, ambition remains aspiration. Strengthening institutional capacity, especially in developing countries, will be essential to ensure consistency, comparability, and trust across all NDCs. Second, we must move from rules to results. Market mechanisms under Article 6 must evolve from promise to performance. High-integrity carbon markets can accelerate mitigation at scale, mobilize finance for adaptation, and create new opportunities for cooperation. But they must be grounded in environmental integrity, transparency, and safeguards that ensure real and permanent emission reductions. The next few years will determine whether Article 6 becomes a cornerstone of global transformation or a missed opportunity. Third, we must broaden who leads, not only governments, but every sector of society. The Paris Agreement was signed by governments, but its success depends on far more than governments alone. In recent years, we've seen a growing wave of engagement. Civil society, youth, gender advocates, and business alliances all taking the stage on climate action. Their passion is admirable. It gives the movement energy and visibility. But too often, that passion turns into moral conviction rather than scientific reasoning. When climate action becomes a test of virtue instead of a test of evidence, it can divide rather than unite. It can produce a self-believing sense of moral superiority, one that tries to impose a single vision of solutions on a very diverse world. We need something different. We need an inclusive, science-based climate leadership, one that listens, collaborates, and recognizes that there are many pathways to the same goal. Governments, businesses, researchers, and civil society must work together, not as competing moral communities, but as partners grounded in facts and shared purpose. Only then can the transition to a carbon-neutral world be fair, resilient, and rooted in social reality. As we implement the 2035 NDCs, we face a decisive decade for bending the global emissions curve. But the message from science, from COP30, and from communities around the world is the same. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, and we have the responsibility to put them into action now. Let us honor the Paris Agreement, not just by celebrating its anniversary, but by renewing its promise through deeper cooperation, stronger institutions, and shared determination. Together, we can transform ambition into impact and ensure that the next 10 years deliver the progress that science demands and humanity deserves. Thank you.
Like the Chairman Lee said, I think this year at COP30, as countries have submitted their NDCs, we are at the very important cornerstone. So it is not about more engagement, but it's more about the roles and responsibility that should be coordinated by each member state so that we can have a more collaborative mechanism. And that will be the starting point as we have this important dialogue today. So that was the welcoming remarks from Mr. Lee. And with that, we'd like to finish off the opening session and start off with the first session, the dialogue with the youth and the citizens. At this session, we'll talk about tomorrow and my job as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We will have 3 presenters. Each will limit their presentation to 10 minutes. As for first presenter, we'd like to invite Ms. Kim Bo-kyung, who would like to talk about global NDC transitions and the youth perspective as for East Asia's choice that will determine the climate future. So please give her a big round of applause.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Hello, I am a member of the cohort 16th of Youth Savers. My name is Kim Bo-kyung. I will talk about how East Asia shapes the 2035 climate future. So I will talk about the global NDCs and the roles of the youth to address the challenges that we have. 2025 celebrates the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, and in the past 10 years, we made promises about what we do, and in the future 10 years, we will talk about how we can do. And as the 39% of the greenhouse gas emissions are emitted in East Asia. So depending on how East Asia acts and decides, the future of our global planet will change. So without taking any action, the climate of the world will be at a very critical juncture. So according to the statistics of the UN, the current policy puts us on a 2.5 to 2.9 degrees Celsius trajectory. In order to go back to the 1.5 degrees Celsius, we have to reduce 55% of emissions worldwide. So the COP30 it emphasizes the gradual reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And also the goals of the countries have been more sophisticated, and the more countries submitted the goals to cover the wide ranges of the aspects of the society. But still, we are facing steep challenges. In Belém, Brazil, the COP30 was held, but it is not about just raising the bar. It also emphasizes the coming up with the detailed measures to implement the goals or NDC. So the East Asia is mainly composed of 3 countries. Then what did the 3 countries presented at the COP30? So I made a comparison between the 3 countries. So I looked at the 2030s and the Korea submitted the 40% reduction versus 2018 level, and the Beijing, the 65% of reduction compared to 2005's level, and Japan 46% compared to 2013. And the Beijing also presented the 7 to 10% from the peak level, which it was the first ever absolute target, which was a breakthrough. And Japan also this year raised the NDC's target to a higher level, meaning that it promised to reduce the 60% of the greenhouse gases compared to the 2013. South Korea is now expanding the ETS that covers the wider segments of society. And in Korea, which is the OECD countries, is highly dependent on the export. And Korea stands in between the developed and developing countries, playing a bridging role between the two. And how will Korea act will decide the fate of South Korea becoming the leader in the global NDC implementation efforts. So the world is paying attention to South Korea's activities. Now you are seeing the trajectories of the NDC implementation of Korea, and it has the three key bottlenecks. So first, the power and grid. The challenge is to expand the renewable while simultaneously retiring coal. And the second part is the industry transition, and the third one is the cities and transport-related areas. So starting from the renewable energies and the nuclear energy. So we should have the energy mix in the better energy mix. So I am going to say that how Korea stands in the future may have a great impact on the East Asia's NDC implementation. So we need to address the structural change in society. If we raise the NDC, so we can get the credit from the global society, but we have to implement it internally. Otherwise, we cannot get that credibility. So declaring the level of NDC is not necessarily important. We have to think about the power and grid and industry transitions elements so that we can become a more advanced country in this landscape. And rather than repeating the controversies that have been occurred between the extreme segments, we have to make a coordinated approach to implementing the NDC and address a lot of challenges. We have to work harder. Then how can we do that? So here I focused on the governance and the climate disclosure hub and the role of the youth. The role can work in between the experts and non-experts and the new generations and older generations. So I want to suggest three roles for youth. In the global NDC discussion, the youth can change the language to make it easily understood by the ordinary people. So how the NDC is meaningful is to be explained with an easy statistics and the explanation. Second, we have to ask good questions. We have our own NDC roadmap, and how we stand at currently should be shared by the stakeholders. And thirdly, we should work as an internal persuader, and we need to convince stakeholders. So we also have to explain the risks that involve the NDC, and so that we can convince them doing some particular actions will be beneficial to all of us. That's that we need to approach to the ordinary people. So the NDC design and the implementation can be worked well with the support from the youth. So in closing, I want to say this line. The decision of the East Asia will determine the fate of the climate of the world, and it is our role to make a bridging role between local projects and national targets. And going beyond the discussion on the NDC, we need to think about the approaches and the measures of achieving NDC with the close discussion with the youth. And I hope that today's conference will begin the first step toward that end. Thank you very much. Thank you. To achieve the NDC, the youth can work to reduce the gap between the older generation and the new generation. So it was the Kim Bo-kyung that made the first presentation.
Let us move on to the second presenter. What will be the conditions to minimize the conflicts and enhance the reliability will be presented by the university climate activist, Ms. Lee Da-kyung. Please give her a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. This is Lee Da-kyung, Youth Savers 18th member, climate activist. Today, I'm going to talk about the conditions to enhance social acceptance of NDC. So NDC, which is the topic of my presentation, is not limited to Korea. So before we move on about the NDC, I'd like to talk about the global trajectory. Have you heard about UNFCCC, which is COP, Conference of Parties, that was adopted in 1992 UNCED, which talks about communal and distinguished responsibilities of each countries to minimize GHG by their responsibility. The high-level decision organization is actually COP, the Conference of Parties. So every year at COP, they talk about the consensus and rules about climate response. So this is the trajectory of 3 years of COP results. So COP28 was held in Dubai, which talked about fossil fuel. So they pinpointed fossil fuel as the key emission source, and it was very meaningful that the declaration talked about fossil fuel. And at COP29, which was held in Baku of Azerbaijan, it talked about new climate financing goal. So it talked about 1.5 trillion wons and $300 billion were actually committed by the advanced nations. Though there were some conflicts between advanced and developing countries, it was very meaningful that there was a consensus about the climate financing. And the most recent one was COP30, which was held in Belém of Brazil. It has actually special nickname, which was about COP for implementation and COP for practice. Let me go deeper into this. He was the chair of COP30, Mr. Durago. He mentioned the importance of implementation rather than the dependence on the consensus, and emphasized also the importance of implementation-led governance. And he also talked about Mutirao spirit, which refers to the joint efforts. So if we look at the 3-year trajectory of COP28 talked about the mechanism around fossil fuel, where in COP29, it talked about implementation foundation for climate financing, whereas in COP30, it talked about the importance of transitioning to the climate efforts, especially in terms of implementation. So now we're at the era of joint efforts. However, in Korea, implementations and also the determination of NDC is a high-level issue. NDC refers to nationally determined contributions, which talks about the reduction targets of each country's greenhouse gas levels. So as it was transitioned to 2020 Paris Agreement mechanism, every year has to submit their reduction targets every 5 years. So the current NDC goal targets until 2035. Then why was there were some conflicts around NDC? Because NDC talks about specific target year, so each countries require consensus to commit themselves for NDC, and some of them have to actually give in. And for countries to have social mechanism and consensus, it will actually slow down the possibility of achieving NDC. So that's why there were some exclusive and differences of interests, and at the same time, it impacts a lot of civil society and the youth. So there are some conflicts amongst stakeholders because they have different interests, which is very likely to occur, some of the issues and conflicts. So some may ask the question like, is it possible to achieve rapid implementation and address the conflicts? And can we enhance the social acceptance of NDC? And I think the answer lies in just transition. So before we move on to what just transition refers to, I would like to talk about some of the conflict cases happened here in Korea around NDC. So the first example is climate trial. So from 2020 to 2020-30, there were 4 constitutional appeal which were about acceleration of climate actions for the Korean government. And some of them actually included youth climate action and also some of the young generations here in Korea who appealed. And according to the Constitutional Court, from 2031 to 2049, the fact that Korean government didn't set a concrete reduction target for GHG completely violates the environmental rights of the future generations. It was very meaningful that it talked about the generational definition for the environmental rights. And also, it will determine the survival rights of the humans, especially here in Korea. And that actually was the backbone of this trial. There are more and more climate-related trials in Korea, where this year in February, there was also a civil suit set by 10 youth against POSCO's second furnace construction. So this trend refers to the fact that we have lack of trust amongst generations as it refers to the NDC setting and implementation, and that we need more social acceptance. And the second case is the conflict among civil organizations and also industries. So our 2035 NDC target is to reduce 53 to 61% reductions compared to 2018's level. However, there are some different issues and opinions. As for industries, regarding 2035 NDC, they believe that it requires huge social cost. However, for civil society, they believe that this is rather a threat against Korean economy because it has set a bottom limit too. And also, as for establishing the infrastructure and the speed of commercialization will not actually help Korea to achieve the 2035 NDCs. That was the industry's opinion. However, civil society believes that we need a rapid reduction for the interest of the public safety. So you can see there are sharp conflicts between the civil societies and industries, and which means that if we don't address this, acceptance of NDC here in Korea will actually be diminished. The last case will be the conflicts between the policies and the opinions on the site. So this graph refers to the direct emissions of GHG in 2020. So the majority of the GHG comes from the local governments as well. However, as the central government sets top-down approach, more and more costs should be financed from the central government to the local governments too. And also, the Korean government has talked about the renewables energy as a key transition tool for 2035 NDC. However, it is very important for acceptance because the renewables facility should be constructed amongst the civil household areas. So as these examples show, there are some difficulty, the structural difficulty when we talk about NDC implementation, and that we need a renewed decision-making mechanism. And one of the common grounds of the 3 cases that I laid out is that they didn't actually consider the transition in a just fashion. So just transition refers to enhancing the inclusivity of all the sectors and also provides support and respect to the society. That was actually mentioned from the labor civil society, and also it was mentioned at the Paris Agreement as well. However, it it emphasizes that climate change is not an issue from the labor society, but it's connected to all the society. So improving the transition in a just fashion is something that all the stakeholders should remember when we implement NDC targets. And there are some questions that we have to think about. The first question will be, who has to decide the NDC and who will be most targeted from climate crisis? And also whether some of the vulnerable can be embraced when we decide our NDC targets. And the second thing is, who will be the target for the just transition? So we need an integrated mechanism to consider equality for all the stakeholders too. The last question will be the speed and the period of transition. If we don't have enough infrastructure and set a very radical targets, that will impact or damage to the vulnerable too. And the fourth question that we need to remember is, where will be the most clustered area for the cost and opportunities for NDC implementation? For these benefits to be shared across the society, we have to consider this too. And that includes the consideration of the burdens in the future too. And the next question will be the most important thing. Why do we need a just transition? As for the answer to the question, if some of us suffer from unfairness, it will minimize the impact of NDC commitment, and that's why the importance lies in the just transition. Last but not least, how can we make a just transition is something that we need to consider as well. So up until now, climate crisis has been separated from other sectors, but we need to change our perception so that we can have a whole integrated approach to address the climate crisis. As for last remarks, the transition, a just transition that I think is this, it's actually summarized on this slide. Of course, future generations will be impacted to the NDC implementation results, but also we will deliver some of the burdens to the next generations too. So that means we have a very high responsibility, and that's because young generations will embrace all the different generations too. Because of that, we need a more proactive and active actions from the young generations to achieve a just transition. So that was what was defined at the COP 2030. COP 30 is a spirit. We need a whole effort to implement and achieve the NDCs. So that requires the designing from the basic stage of NDC. And it's not about the results, but it's all about the actions on board. And during this process, if there is a huge engagement from the young generations, we can have a wholehearted joint efforts mentioned by COP30. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tak-young, for your presentation on how we have to rapidly address the inequality and create a society that is complete, just, and respected. So that was the second presentation.
볼 텐데요.
Now moving on to the third presentation. The theme of the third one is implementing NDCs. What can youth and citizens do? We'll have the Mr. Woo Chul-ho, the Turntable Climate Community Activist. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning. Good to see you all. I am from Turntable Climate Community Activist. On the anniversary of the 10th anniversary of Paris Agreement, I'm here to talk about the climate issues. I'm honored to make this presentation. The two speakers have made the general overview of the NDC and its implementation. So my presentation will be focusing on the activities of my organization. So this is the content of my presentation. First, I will talk about my organization and the concept of NDC and the engagement of citizens in NDC implementation and the professional contribution to NDC implementation. And then I will close my presentation by giving my recommendation. So this is my organization. We work for the companies and the social societies. So we have 7 members at our organization. We want to translate the difficult the languages into easy one for the ordinary people to understand the NDC and climate-related issues. Now we have the Youth Climate Council to engage in legislation effort regarding the NDC implementation. And this year's activities will be implemented under the name of the the Climate Council. So here is my brief introduction of myself. I study the climate-related issues, and since my time at the college, I have been engaged in climate-related the activities. In the accounting firm, I have also worked briefly, but now I am studying in the climate-related the subjects in the graduate school. First, I will talk about the major concepts of NDCs. The NDC stands for the Nationally Determined Contribution. It mainly centers around the mitigation of the greenhouse gas emissions impact. Today, I want to talk about the adaptation and other issues, or more broadly, the overall the country level activities, not just the NDC itself. To implement NDC, the citizens and youth should do something. Then what are those activities? I want to talk mainly 2 areas for the youth and citizens to work in. First, the participation in the general activities. The citizens can call for the improvement of social system, and secondly, you can contribute your professional the quality, whether you are the workers at the government organizations or the companies. You can contribute to the NDC implementation at a practical level. And now I'll talk about the practical examples in that regard. First, the engagement in the daily life. You can see the photos. The first, you see the monitoring activity, and that's where our organization mainly take part in. So we work with the candidates of the heads of the the municipalities, and we studied the pledges that they offer to become the heads of local municipalities. And we found that only the 4.5% of the pledges address the decarbonization. So it was a very shocking result that so a small number of the pledges were made in the area of decarbonization. And we selected the best the pledges, and we also conducted an interview with the candidates who made the promises on the decarbonization activities. And second, the study and the promotion of the public dialogue. And the daily life can lead to the wider discussion on decarbonization. So with those topics, we held seminars, and we also developed the carbon budget and carbon mitigation path simulator. And we had discussed about these in the seminar. You can use this QR code to take a look at it. If you select the carbon mitigation career simulator, you will understand how difficult it is to implement the NDC or reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Next, the direct and more active engagement in activities. And we conducted the campaign to legislate the more strong climate action. So about 100 people participated in the March for the Youth on the Climate Action. And we have had 910 people join our campaign to legislate the carbon budget. And next, I will talk about the career-related activities in the climate area. At a consulting firm for 2 years, though briefly watched the change in the corporate activities. In the past, the Sustainable Management Report was released, which was mainly to promote their sustainability activities. But now they came to a point where they put the greenhouse gas emissions into their management strategy and making related plannings. So I watched many companies enhance their capabilities to respond to the NDC related works. And also, I saw the increasing number of green jobs, which will contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And the Korean government is also making effort. Now, in my study, I saw the many government projects commissioned to the private sector related to the climate-related area. The government makes effort to improve the climate-related policies by commissioning research to the outside research institutes. By improving the policy and implementing the policy, we need the actual the people who can work on the ground. So there is a growing need to have a quality, the personnel who can implement those policies. In conclusion, we think that we need more support to provide the venue for the small-size dialogues. So with the more people participating in those types of activities, we can sustain our efforts more. And also, we need to engage more youth in climate-related actions. Compared to the population of youth, the proportion of the youth participating in the climate governance is very small. Now, the decisions are being made that have a great impact on the future generation, but then the future generation has not good say on the current decisions. So we need more the engagement with the youth. And also, we need to understand better the climate-related policy. And for that matter, we need to have a better climate-related policies. And NDC is not just the numbers in the government's policy. NDC is related directly to our daily lives. The people here in this audience can share our concerns in whether you are the climate activist or the ordinary people. So I ask you to take great interest in the climate action as a private activist. Thank you. To implement the NDC, the climate activist, Mr. De Woo had shared his stories and introduced the practices and the programs of his organization. So we conclude the 3 presentations. So we have had the first session with the topic of the dialogue with the youth and civil society of the past 10 years after the Paris Agreement, and we shared the perspectives of the youth. Now we would like to invite the moderator of this session, Mr. Choi Ji-won, the Secretary General of Climate Change Center. Please, Mr. Choi, come to the stage.
Please come to the podium. So we'll talk about 2 topics. The first one in order for us to social census-led NDC implementation, what process are required and how we can improve the acceptance of NDC implementation through the efforts from the previous generations and also the young generations too. So we'll invite 3 presenters to have a meaningful discussion. With that, I would like to hand over the microphone to Ms. J. Good morning, everyone. This is Choi Ji-won, the head of Secretariat of Climate Change Center. So our schedule is to finish the presentation until 12 p.m., but we only have 10 minutes. But if you are okay, we'd like to add 10 more minutes for this discussion. So we had 3 presenters who talked about the Korea's role in implementing NDC in East Asia and social issues and conflicts, and what will be the roles and responsibility for citizens and young generation for the implementation of NDC. For this discussion, we'll not talk about NDC goals or targets itself, but we'll talk about the difficulties in social consensus and social engagement that is even more difficult for us to set the NDC targets. So the discussion for today will be about the process and principles required for setting the NDC and what will be the roles and responsibility for each generation to enhance social acceptance and inclusivity in the society too. So we'll talk about 2 topics. I think these 2 does not have a clear answer, so I think the presenters can share their experience and insights that we can discuss these 2 items. As for the first item regarding NDC setting, many talk about whether the targets are too ambitious or not. But what we lose typically will be actually the process on how we set the NDC. Korea, up until today, we talked about the lack of verifiable data of the government and also lack of engagement from the stakeholders too. So I would like to ask each presenter, based on your experience and insights, what process or verification mechanisms are required for Korea to set NDC targets. So as for this item, I would like to ask Ms. Kim on her insights or opinion. Please turn on the button. Is my voice clear to everyone? Thank you. First of all, as we have discussed so far, as we set the NDC targets, we should not talk about the numerical data, but we should talk about what will be the conditions that will drive us to attain the goals. I think that will be the key. So let us talk about the status quo. The civil society talk about the severity of climate change and ask for 61% of reduction targets, while industries talk about the difficulties in achieving these targets. As myself being the member of the civil society and the young generations to be employed to the industry, I think the opinions from the industries will not be just the objections to the change or evasion of their roles. Their concern is very practical because they don't deny the climate goal itself. Rather, they talk about difficulties in actual technologies and the burdens of cost. Therefore, we should not just focus on the numbers or the data itself. Rather, we should focus on 60%, which is the ambitious target, while how Korean governments can subsidize through R&D efforts and cost so that industries can also attain their responsibilities too. So I think that requires a social consensus too. So I think as a result, the most ideal reduction targets will be the highest level of reduction that the industries can achieve and also where the international consensus aligned together. And to that end, young generations have a responsibility to heed the voices of the industries and also ask for them to have a more proactive efforts by asking them questions and coordinating their efforts in the industry. That's my opinion regarding this topic. So she noted the importance of constant communications based on R&R from each stakeholders. And with that, the same question goes to our second presenter, I would like to ask Mr. Wu for his opinion too. So from your practical perspective, what do you think will be the necessary processes or principles required for setting the NDC so that we can have more engagement of the young generations or youth? So I think I can talk about or suggest two proposals. So the first one will be, as I presented earlier, we need to enhance the level of engagement of the young generations on governance, because the portion of young generations account for 30% of our social stakeholders. However, when we set the NDC targets or set the policies, less than 10% of young generations' engagement has been applied. There was a law enacted regarding the 2022 Young Generations Action Act, which talks about facilitating more and more young generations' engagement to up until 30%. So the first suggestion will be to enhance the engagement of the young generations. And the second comment will be, if we have more and more engagement of the young generations, we should actually make sure that the opinions gathered or collected from the young generations should be fully implemented and reflected into the administrative policies, and how we can continue to improve to have more voices reflected in the government policy. So that will be my suggestions. Thank you, Mr. Wu. So if I combine the opinions of the two presenters, so setting the principles or the targets for NDC is not just setting the goals, but rather it requires a process of comprehensive inclusion of stakeholders through constant communication by alleviating the level of conflicts throughout a more coherent policies or principles. So whenever Korean government set our NDCs, we suffered heavily from the distrust and conflicts. And I think everyone understands that to address that, we need a more principle and process. So in order for us to implement NDCs, how we can design the roles and responsibility among different generations, that's my second topic. So one of the key pillars of NDC implementation is the gaps among different generations. So we talked about how we can, minimize the gaps and distrust among the generations from our presenters. So I will not actually differentiate the roles of the different generations, because I think rather that will spark more conflicts among generations. So do not separate the roles of different generations, but rather focus on how we can address this because of the lack of information or the concerns among the stakeholders. So let us have a more coherent or comprehensive perspective regarding this question.
참여할 수 있으려면
So in order to have engage more people from different backgrounds in the discussions, how can we do that? What are the good approaches and measures to do that? And that is related to the credibility of society. And the just a transition was emphasized in the presentation by Lee Da-kyung when you made the presentation. How do you think we can engage the different generations at one table to discuss this just transition? Do you hear me well? In order to have a sustained discussion, we need to have a process to make a pledge to do it. Now, there is some barrier between the different segments of society, and I clearly see those barriers. That they may differ in perspectives, but then responsibility cannot be all laid on a particular generation. And that's because we lack some discussions between different generations, because that lead to the disputes. So we need to have a sustained discussions. We need venue, and for that NDC the 3.0, the opinion was collected starting from the September, and I think that was a short period of time to collect the opinions from different segments of society. And I also think that it is very important to have a venue to continue the discussions, because that is related to the credibility. In European society, there is a venue where the ordinary people are randomly selected to participate in the dialogue, and in order to find the common the interest, they were successfully discussing to reach to the right target level. And I think in Korea, we need to have that kind of platform to engage different segments of society. And the Korean government looks at the short-term interests, but then the citizens need to have a more sustained, the long-term change. And if we have an official process to engage more people in an official platform for dialogue, I think that is a good way to go. The older generation or the decision makers in the government need to pay attention to her recommendation. I think due to the limited time, we cannot have a more in-depth discussion because of the constraint of time. We will close the discussion for the panelists. So here we have audience in this hall. As you listen to the presentation and discussions, if you want to say something, if you have to have a comment or ask a question, please raise your hand. We have a microphone. We'll give the floor to you. Is there anyone who want to say something from the floor? Now, the person wearing the green shirt, you turn on the mic and please, the floor is yours. The mic should turn red. Hello, I am from the Big Wave. My name is Kim Hyun-tae, and thank you for the good 3 presentations. As I listened to 3 presentations, I felt that the role of youth is very important. You mainly talk about the Korea's youth activities, but then in East Asia, China, Japan, and Korea may have some venue to engage the youth from the 3 countries to discuss the climate action. What do you think? So we have 3 presenters here on the stage. The 2 people are from the Youth Savers. So Kim Bo-kyung, you please, and then I will turn the mic to Mr. Woo. So, hi, I am the member of the 16th cohort of Youth Savers. My name is Kim Bo-kyung. So as you said, the role of the youth is very important. So as such, the youth from the Korea, Japan, and Japan may have a discussion, and we need that kind of venue, and that would be a very good idea. That it is not easy for the youth from different countries to create that kind of venue. Is thinking that our the current status, we are students and we are young people, we can not afford to buy a flight tickets. So the college or universities or the graduate schools or the companies can lead the effort to create that kind of platform where the youth from 3 different countries gather around. But then the discussion of the youth from 3 countries should not be the end goal. The policy makers and the business leaders need to listen to the voices of the young people from 3 countries. I think that is the most important thing. Thank you. And Mr. Woo, you have the floor. And she said the idea that I completely agree to. The 3 countries in East Asia, in terms of economy and the greenhouse emissions, play a big role in the world. and the three countries depend on largely the manufacturing industry. So the three countries' discussions on the climate action is very important, and the three countries are also in the many disputes in the global arena. The youth from three countries voluntarily may act, and the government need to provide support for the youth of three countries. So if the government provide the more support for the youth from three countries, it will be very good. The exchange of the youth of the three countries may be supported from each one of you here in this hall as well. And the youth role is growing big. And I think the exchange programs may start from these three countries in East Asia first. Is there any question from the floor?
I think we have someone at the back who would like to say something, maybe. So this is Kim Hee-dae from Environmental Associations. As we are entering into the era of AI, the roles of responsibility against the climate reactions is something that I want to ask. So what do you think about this? So I think that is very timely question as we hear more and more AI and digital native, because young generations are residing here as AI narrative. So maybe Takyong can answer to this question. So as for AI transition, because of reshape in the industries, there are concerns and also disruptions. I'm not an expert in these fields, but as for all the people who will be benefited from this, I think just transition is another important pillar too. To address this issue, we need more and more dialogue to address the conflicts. In case of Germany, they're having a commission joined by all the different stakeholders so that they can continue to have dialogue around 2038. So considering this key example of just transition, I think the engagement from different stakeholders, including the young generations, will be required. And also we need a policies to address any impact that will be coming from AI transition. So AI is reshaping our life, and as it refers to the climate response, AI is another important pillar. And Takyong's answer, that was very excellent. So please give her a big round of applause, because she also considered the importance of just transition in that regard. I think if we have more time, we'll have more productive discussions, but due to time constraints, we might have to wrap up our morning sessions. One insight from today's session is that social acceptance comes from social mechanisms. So we require a principled approach and an open dialogue that combines all the stakeholders' engagements. That will create a social consensus when we set the new NDC targets. So I hope that today's dialogue will talk beyond so that we can reimagine the structure for social consensus around NDC setting. So that's it for our discussion. Please give our panelists a big round of applause once again. That was a productive discussion on future from the young generation's perspective. So once again, big thanks to our chairman and also three panelists. So with that, we'd like to finish off our dialogue sessions, and we'll have a lunch until 1:30 p.m. and then I'll resume with the afternoon sessions. So please be back here before 1:30 p.m., please. Good afternoon, everyone. How was your dinner? We'll now begin the 2025 East Asia Climate Summit for the afternoon session. During the morning session, we're invited with the young generations as it relates to how we can connect the previous generations and the next generations for the NDC implementation. For the upcoming session in the afternoon, we'll reflect on the 10th year since we adopted the Paris Agreement and talk about next 10 years by inviting the COP21 chair and also climate ambassadors in Korea, as they will share their expertise and experience in the global stage on how Korea can path our trajectory for the future through the dialogues with the climate change ambassadors. And as for the upcoming session, we'll also have a dialogue with the local and industries, and also we will hear from the US, Japan, and China, as we have G2 conflict, how East Asia conflict, and also key dialogue should be forged ahead. We kindly ask for your cooperation until the end of this dialogue. And as an extension of the morning session for a sustainable operation of the dialogue, we're not providing you with a paper handbook, so please refer to the QR code on the screen. And also, there is a banner that is in the entrance of this conference room as well for you to refer to the QR code. With that, we'd like to start with congratulatory remarks. First, we'd like to invite the 8th UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon for his welcoming and congratulatory remarks.
President of COP21, Dr. Lee Hye-sung, 6th Chair of the IPCC, Ambassador Choi Jae-chul, Chairman of the Korean Climate Change Center, His Excellency Philippe Bertus, Ambassador of France to the Republic of Korea, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I express my sincere thanks for inviting me to this conference to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Climate Change Agreement, which is the very foundation of global partnerships for responding to the climate crisis. That being said, I'm sorry to deliver this message via video, as I am currently on a foreign trip. Looking back, during my time as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, the year 2015 will be remembered long as an unforgettable year. I am very proud that I was able to have brought all the leaders of the world to join their hands on the deck together, adopting both landmark agreements in 2015. One is the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, with the 17 goals adopted on September 25th, 2015, and the other is the Paris Climate Change Agreement adopted on December 12th, 2015. These two historic agreements will remain long in the world's diplomatic history. From the moment I began my term as UN Secretary General in 2007, securing an international agreement on climate change was one of my top priorities. I vividly remember the long days of negotiation in Paris, culminating with an electric final night when we secured commitments from the world's leaders. In the final hours, President Hollande of France and I personally tried to call some heads of state who were still not fully on board to appeal for a unanimous decision on the agreement. Today, 10 years later, the Paris Climate Change Agreement remains the preeminent platform for an unprecedented global transformation. Limiting the rise of global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and guiding all nations for a sustainable and carbon-neutral future through the articulation of their climate actions in the form of nationally determined contribution, NDCs. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today, multilateral is under daunting challenges as unilateralism and protectionism have been spreading. This trend was initiated by the second US withdrawal from the Paris Climate Change Agreement, which President Trump announced in January this year, as soon as he was inaugurated as President of the United States. That unfavorable global situation is giving a sort of subsequent mirroring effect, directly impacting key countries like the European Union and China. At COP30, recently held in Belém, Brazil, major economies submitted their 2035 NDCs. Yet the UNFCCC Secretariat has indicated that under the current pledges, the 1.5 degrees Celsius target remains out of reach. Nevertheless, I do not believe that the situation calls for despair and disappointment. Instead, I continue to trust the resilience of multilateralism, particularly the Paris Climate Change Agreement's built-in cycle of progressive ambition. And I am confident that nations will once again recognize the urgency of the climate crisis and return to stronger cooperative action grounded in global partnership. The advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, ICJ, on states' obligations related to climate change, issued in July this year, reinforces this vital imperative. At the same time, we must urgently scale up and invigorate multi-stakeholder partnership efforts and actions to strengthen resilience and adaptation measures to help all communities. Indeed, partnership is critical, especially from non-state actors, NSA, including local governments, the private sector, and civil society, as exemplified by the ethos of "We are still in," which was advanced following the 2017 US withdrawal from the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I urge all the state parties to the Paris Climate Change Agreement to strengthen their efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, adapt to a changing climate environment, and strengthen resilience, thereby helping accelerate the transition toward a sustainable and carbon-neutral society. We must deliver on the promises we made for our future generations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to realize a sustainable and climate-friendly world for our succeeding generations. That is our political and moral responsibility. I thank you for your continued commitment and efforts. Thank you.
So in commemoration of the 10th year of the Declaration of the Paris Agreement, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, has started with the afternoon session for his welcoming remarks.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Choi Jae-chul for welcoming remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 제가
Hello. I stand here rather than giving you a welcoming remarks, but want to express my appreciation to ambassadors here.
just to express my sincere thanks to the Vice Minister of Prime Minister's Office, as well as my colleague ambassadors. Thanks to you, I think we can make this East Asia dialogue a success. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Che. So many His Excellencies from different embassies came here to celebrate this event. Thank you very much. Moving on, We would like to invite Mr. Kim Yong-soo, Secretary General, 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission, in conjunction with the second Vice Minister of Office for Government Policy Coordination. Please welcome him with a big hand. Chairman Choi Jae-chul of Climate Change Center, His Excellency Philippe Berthoud, Ambassador of France to Korea, distinguished members of diplomatic corps, representatives of civil society, academia, and the private sector, honored guests from home and abroad. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to the first East Asia Climate Dialogue. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is the first legally binding global accord within the international climate governance framework. Over the past decade, the international community has made meaningful progress, including expanding renewable energy use, advancing green technologies, and increasing support for developing countries. However, global greenhouse gas emissions continues to rise, and climate-related disasters such as heat wave and heavy rainfalls continued and increased even more. Last month, at the 30th UN Climate Change Conference, or COP30, held in Brazil, member states agreed to advance the implementation of the Paris Agreement based on multilateral cooperation. A total of 122 countries announced their national greenhouse gas reduction plans and agreed to strengthen climate adaptation efforts through increased financial resources. There were active discussions on the value of carbon sinks, such as at the Amazon forest and oceans, as well as on establishing roadmap for climate finance and activating the carbon market. At COP30, the government of the Republic of Korea announced its 2035 NDC within a range of at least 53% to 61%. This target is intended not only to accelerate Korea's transition toward decarbonization, but also to serve as a growth indicator that enhances industrial competitiveness. The government is promoting an energy transition centered on renewable energy. To achieve this, it plans to expand the solar and offshore wind power generation capacity from current 34 gigawatt to 100 gigawatt by 2030 and build an energy supergrid to strengthen power transmission infrastructure. Furthermore, Korea will pursue the K Green Transformation Strategy aimed at transforming the national industry ecosystem into fully decarbonized structure through green technologies such as renewable energy, electric vehicles, hydrogen, and batteries. Korea will make every effort to overcome the climate crisis and achieve sustainable development challenges facing all humanity through cooperation and solidarity. Our government is actively cooperating to support partner countries in addressing the climate crisis and achieving green transition through various means, including ODA, assistance through international organizations. We understand that the Korea Change Center is also participating in various development cooperation projects targeting developing countries, such as providing clean cook stoves and promoting forest restoration. Responding to the climate crisis and achieving carbon neutrality is only possible when not only the government institutions, but also civil society organizations, businesses, and individuals come together. At today's meeting, I hope for constructive discussions and meaningful proposals on the actions each stakeholder must take and the ways we can strengthen cooperation in order to ensure proper implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much. So as we pursue the energy transition, he mentioned that the ways to address the current climate crisis and that the address also the different measures to implement the NDC. It was the remarks from Mr. Kim Yong-soo.
So we'll now extend our congratulatory remarks. So in commemoration of the Declaration of Paris Agreement in 10 years, we'd like to invite the French ambassador to Korea, Mr. Philippe Berthoud, for his congratulatory remarks as well. Please give him a big round of applause.
Korea to deliver his congratulatory remarks.
하겠습니다.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Che Jae-chul, Chairman of the Climate Change Center, Mr. Kim Yong-soon, Secretary General of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, bonjour. It's a great honor to take the floor today as we mark the 10th anniversary of the agreements that laid the foundations of our global commitment to climate action. I want to start by extending my heartfelt congratulations to the Climate Change Center for its unwavering commitment to a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 years ago, at the conclusion of COP21, the Paris Agreement was finally adopted. It was adopted through the grit and determination of diplomats, civil society, companies, politicians who, coming together at a critical moment for the future of our planet, cast aside partisan strife to put planet Earth first. It was, above all, a remarkable triumph for multilateral diplomacy and a moment we can all take pride in. It reminds us that cooperation is not a choice, but an imperative for the planet's survival. This is a responsibility the United Nations has long embraced and that it must continue to embody. And to this day, the Paris Agreement has proven that collective action works and that by strengthening it, we can still keep the 1.5 degrees objective within reach. The Paris Agreement's continued resilience stands as a testament to that success, and France is more than proud to have hosted and catalyzed such a pivotal moment. I can testify that each and every French diplomat across our wide diplomatic network was fully mobilized to make COP21 a success. And I have a vivid and personal and joyful memory of the thundering sound that the gavel of Minister Fabius resounded when he declared the Paris Agreement to be adopted. The courage that we shared 10 years ago has offered us one real chance to protect our planet. It slowed a global warming trajectory that was then, at that time, heading well beyond 4 degrees. And we have for now avoided the worst, yet our work is far from done. In the wake of COP30 in Belém, today is not a moment for backpatting and complacency. COP30's outcome, though failing short of our initial ambition, nevertheless preserved what could still be safeguarded. And we must now turn any disappointment into resolve, resisting anxiety, inaction, or worst of all, the erosion of collective will. We must uphold climate multilateralism, guided by science, and united in ensuring that every nation turns its climate pledges into reality. The Paris Agreement stands more than ever as our guiding cornerstone, the framework that must steer our collective efforts. France, together with our European partners, will ensure that this vital process keeps its momentum. In this, we will work hand in hand with all those who share this goal. We will be taking this forward in all multilateral fora, including during next year's French presidency of the G7. Ladies and gentlemen, let us act with the same unity and determination that inspired the Paris Agreement and advance meaningful, lasting, and sustainable progress. As we reflect on COP31 ahead, let us stay firm. We cannot allow our planet and future generations to pay the price of inaction. In this fight, I know we can count on the support of the Climate Change Center and all the stakeholders here present. I wish you a very pleasant afternoon, and I warmly thank the Climate Change Center again for carrying forward the enduring and inspiring legacy of Paris COP21. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Today, 네, 필립 베르투 대사.
So, Ambassador Philip was one of the leaders that led to the declaration of the Paris Agreement.
콥 30 의장국
Now I'd like to invite Her Excellency Marcia Dono Abreu, Ambassador of Brazil to Korea. Please give her a warm round of applause.
for congratulatory remarks.
안녕하십니까? Distinguished Chair of the Climate Change Center, distinguished Vice Minister and President of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality Commission, my colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you today to reflect on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, so well described by our colleague Philippe Berthoud. As we gather here 10 days exactly after the end of COP30 that took place in Belém, in the heart of the Amazon forest. This anniversary highlights some of the progress we have made, but it also underscores the work we still face and the need for further urgency and ambition to tackle a climate crisis that is increasing tragedies impacting all regions across the globe, as we have just seen in Southeast Asia this last days. COP38 represented a shift from the negotiating phase to the implementation phase of the climate change regime. Inspired by the Brazilian word, or the indigenous Brazilian word, mutirão, who means collective action, it created new tools for the coordinated action by governments, cities, businesses, civil society, to work together toward common, concrete, and achievable goals in face of climate change. I'm proud to share some of the key contributions of COP30's delivered in Belém. The first one, I think was already highlighted, was that multilateralism was confirmed as the track to tackle the climate crisis on the avenue opened by the UNFCCC, but also mainly by the Paris Agreement that has identified our target of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. It's no mean fact that 193 nations were in Belém last month, or these months actually, because we know that it might have been a risk with the absence of the United States that other countries would not come, and this didn't happen. Also the main contribution of the COP30 is actually the Mutirão decision, the collective action decision that has named a number of specific goals, including tripling financing for adaptation, including adaptation indicators, and a set of changes that we want to see in several areas where we need to transition to decarbonization. Another goal reached in the COP was the Tropical Forest Forever facility that was launched, finally recognizing the value of standing forests instead of destructed or deforested areas. It establishes a longer-term financing mechanism to reward countries for protecting their forests. The initial mobilized funding is well beyond our dreams, of course, but we have already mobilized $6.7 billion US, and till the end of next year, we count mobilizing $25 billion US from public contributions, and then get to the mobilization of another or additional 100 billion funds from private financing mechanisms. Brazil also worked to ensure that the voices of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, women, and local governments were heard at the COP. And indeed, not only heard and consulted, but also reflected in the decisions adopted. Climate justice is not an accessory to climate policy. It is the foundation of it. There are things we couldn't do also. And the most important thing we couldn't do was to mainstream a decision on transitioning away from fossil fuels. The TAF, as in climate parlance, is known, this goal, was ultimately not adopted because of the strong resistance of major oil and gas producing countries. But nonetheless, André do Lago, the COP30's president, has promised to deliver a roadmap for transition away from fossil fuels, although outside, of course, the limits of the Climate Change Convention and the UN mechanisms, but still a roadmap that we believe will convey a very strong political message and also some sort of guideline for our future negotiations and actions. Do Lago will also prepare a roadmap on the end of deforestation, and I definitely wish him, as I'm sure everybody here wishes, all success in his endeavors. 10 years after Paris, the message from Belém is clear. We now have all the tools to move from commitments to concrete action. We have the technology, we have the financing mechanisms, we have the political mobilization, but the message of nature is also clear. We must move further and faster. Brazil stands ready to work with all nations to make the next decade or the next steps part of a decisive transformation that we need to address. Thank you for your partnership and commitment. It was Brazil's honor to host the COP30, and it is my honor to bring its spirit to Korea as we look back to Paris and forward to the changes it promised. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for inspiring remarks. 네, COP31장국 또 브라질을 대표해서
The chair of the COP30 country, Brazil, was represented by Her Excellency, who made a welcoming remarks. Now we'll have a congratulatory, the photo session. The distinguished guest of honors, please come to the stage for the group session. And after the group photo session, we will move to the second session.
photo session. So may I kindly invite the distinguished guests to the stage. 저희 오른쪽으로도 네.
Please to the right.
네, 오늘 또 의미 있는 날이니까요. 좋은 사진을 위해서 혹시 박수 치면서 한 번 더
있습니다. Let us clap together to take another photo. Thank you for your cooperation. Please be seated.
네,
Thank you everyone for your participation. We'd like to resume the second session for the afternoon. So it will be a dialogue amongst climate change ambassadors. Before we kick off the dialogue, we'd like to invite someone very important who led to the Paris Agreement, the chair of COP21, for his opening remarks virtually. Please give him a big round of applause.
I am particularly honored to be with you today for this forum about the anniversary of the landmark Paris Agreement. Before delivering some short observation, I would like to pay tribute first to the president of Climate Change Center, who is the former ambassador to France and especially the chief negotiator for South Korea in COP21. And I want to pay also a particular tribute to my old and young friend, the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who is one of the main actors of the success of Paris, because Ban Ki-moon has been very active and very dedicated to the fight against climate disruption, and I want to pay a special tribute to him. Ladies and gentlemen, a few observations. First, about the Paris Agreement itself. You know the 29 articles and 140 paragraphs of decisions, and the point I would like to emphasize is the fact that in spite of the present difficult situation, the impact and the effect of Paris Agreement has been extremely positive, and we must insist on that. We have a few examples of that, but maybe the most important element is that you have in mind that before the Paris Agreement, the trend of the rise of temperature, which was forecast for the end of this century, was about 4 degrees and maybe more than 4 degrees. And now, 10 years after the Paris Agreement, and largely due to Paris Agreement, it is no longer 4 degrees or more than 4 degrees, but about 2.5 degrees. And it is an enormous difference, because every tenth of degree means millions of lives saved. And at the same time, there has been a tremendous development of renewable energy, a lot of investment, a lot of creation of business, employment, jobs, and this is a magnificent achievement. Very often people ask me, well, Mr. President, Mr. Fabius, what are the origins of the Paris success? I will not speak about the so-called brilliance of French diplomacy, no. But I think if it was possible to get a success, it's because we had the conjunction of three elements. I will call them the three S. The first one is science. Science. At that time, the works, particularly of IPCC and other very famous scientific circles, has been tremendous, and it has been accepted by the whole society. Science, first S. The second is society. You have to bear in mind that it is the moment when in the civil society, nearly everywhere, there was a positive accent put to the fight against climate disruption among the organizations, the NGOs, among citizens, among local actors, very important local actors, and among business. Obviously, there were some problems and hesitation, I should say, was the oil and gas industry. But generally speaking, the business was very positive. The second S, science, society, and very important, the conjunction of states. We were able to reach an agreement between US at that time and China, Europe, small islands, a lot of countries, every country around the world, and it was the task of diplomacy to get this agreement. And stemming on that conjunction, science, society and states, we have been able to get the Paris Agreement. Now, at the same time, there is a but, and a significant but. We are 10 years after the Paris Agreement, and the facts also show that the world is rather far from meeting all the Paris targets and commitments, especially the famous 1.5 degree limit, achieving carbon neutrality in 2050, and the transformation of economy remains incomplete, uneven, and too slow. There are difficulties too in the funding mobilization, and powerful forces exist that deny scientific evidence and promote dangerous short-term thinking. And obviously, everybody is aware of the very particular decision which has been taken by the American president. Okay, therefore it means that on the one hand there had been tremendous improvements, but on the other hand not enough. We have seen that in Belém. I was in Belém and have been able to deliver as the president of the so-called circle of COP's presidents, and have insisted on several elements, in particular the fact that we have to implement, I insist on that, the Paris Agreement. We have to have a new attitude of inclusion, and we have to deliver a series of innovation. Now, Belém is over. The agreement which has been achieved at the end of Belém was necessary, but I should say fragmentary. And now the question is, what about the future? Well, we know what to do and what are the necessary changes. We know that perfectly. For instance, the Paris Agreement has been and continues to be the highly valuable, okay. Second, its implementation has not yet been thorough enough to meet some of its essential goals. And third, in line with the agreement, we must strengthen policies to reduce global warming, to cut GHG emissions, to adapt to climate change, to allocating the necessary resources to achieve this. And many countries are aware of that, but some of them are still reluctant. We've seen that through the famous NDCs, which have been delivered, but not all the countries have delivered their NDCs where they had to, and some of the NDCs are not ambitious enough. Therefore, it is clear what we have to do, and there is a paradox. The paradox is that several pathways from climate action seem to be reaching a sort of plateau, just as climate change and its harmful effects are setting new records. Therefore, what is necessary today? I am particularly interested by the fact that during your forum, you will insist on the importance of local actions, very important, of business, because we cannot reach success without business, it's obvious. And the fact that it must be bottom up and getting down as well. And I will insist on a particular aspect. I think that, especially because of the US President attitude, we have to keep this multilateral approach. Europe, France in particular, with Asia, it means China, it means the different countries which are in Asia, and particularly your country, and Africa as well, and the small islands. Paris Agreement is the embodiment of multilateralism, and we cannot have the necessary improvements if we don't stick to this multilateral approach. Because the emission of GHG by itself doesn't comply with the frontiers. Therefore, we have to have this necessary multilateral approach. One very quick final comment. I'm often asked to summarize the spirit of Paris Agreement. And 10 years later, it means today, my answer remains the same. Better, faster, and together. And it is this threefold message that we must turn into action. I wish you, all of you, an excellent forum. Thank you.
So we heard from special opening remarks from His Excellency, the former Prime Minister.
So I'd like to invite Mr. Chung Ki-yong, former Climate Change Ambassador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He will make a presentation on the COP30 outcomes and evaluation of 2035 NDCs. Please give Mr. Chung a big round of applause.
Bonjour, bom dia. Ambassador 최재철, Ambassador Philip Berthoud, and Marcia Abreu. I am before you now to talk about COP30, which just happened this month. And So before I begin, well, the moment in Belém was indeed a moment to celebrate the achievements of Paris Agreement, but it was also a time for reflection of the gaping gap that we were able to witness with between the aspiration and the implementation that we've done so far. So what I can say before everything was, it was a feat to survive the grueling negotiating settings and also the heat, and there was unexpected fire. Yeah, but that didn't stop us from coming up with something. So, but humor aside, Belém offered a sobering reminder of the moment we are in. 10 years after the Paris Agreement, we have entered the true implementation decade, where success will depend not on designing new framework, but on delivering what we have already promised. And that task is proving very difficult than any of us would like to admit. The global landscape is increasingly fragmented. Geopolitical tensions persist, and economic pressure are mounting, and confidence in multilateralism, as Mr. Ban Ki-moon has said earlier, is being tested. Even the atmosphere around the venue, not just the weather, reflected a growing impatience with slow or uneven progress. With that backdrop, let me begin with a very concise overview of the main outcomes agreed in Belém and how they reflect the realities of this implementation decade. So Laurent Fabius and Marcia already gave us the gist of the main points that we agreed there. So what I will do is basically try to interpret what these outcomes mean, and also what tasks are ahead of us. So COP was held between 10th to 22nd of November, and the conference brought together about 50,000 people. It's a medium-sized COP. I think the biggest one that we saw was COP28, where 100,000 people were there, and many people expected, because of the remoteness, well, of course, I mean, not from Latin America, but from other parts of the world to Amazon. Initially we thought maybe 20 to 30,000 would be a good show up, but instead, we saw double that number. So, and also this COP, as I said, is also implementation COP. What does that mean? So we came to complete, so the Paris Agreement is designed to stocktake on many milestones. And what that means is it's a first full policy cycle following the first global stocktake in 2023, and the submission of the first biannual transparency report, or BTR, was done in 2024. And now, this year was the term to submit the 2035 NDC, which we were able to do. And also the location itself in Amazon also symbolized both the urgency and the stakes of global climate action. So for Korea, the key outcomes was, of course, the submission of our NDC, which wasn't a very easy process. I mean, Deputy Minister Kim Jong-il and I, we were part of that, and we were basically fighting a trench war, being shot at from both front and the back. But yeah, we were able to agree on this, which is 53 to 61%. So I don't know if these numbers were already explained before, but 53% represents the number on the linear path from 2030, where we were to reduce carbon emission by 40% compared to year 2018. And then we have net zero by 2050. So if you draw the line, a linear line from 2030 to 2050, the point in 2035 is at 53%. So this is rather an ambitious target for a country like Korea, where we have very hard to decarbonize sectors, as you all know. Yes, it was considered one of the more ambitious NDCs that have been submitted already. And then Korea joined the PPCA, which is a global initiative to do away with coal power generation. Of course, many localities have already joined the PPCA, like South Chungcheong province, but at the central government level, yeah, this was quite a feat. And I remember reading a Guardian article, which came out just after we joined the PPCA, was that, yeah, it's a sign of trouble for Australia, because we import, I think we are the third or the second largest importer of coal from Australia. So I think if our 2040 phase out of coal actually happens, this will actually affect the landscape of fossil fuel, not only in the Pacific region, but around the world. And yeah, these are the outcomes of the COP itself. So yeah, I mean, I was there, and yeah, this may look quite innocuous, I mean, or uneventful to have this Multistakeholder decision or political package, but in the end of the day, we were stuck in the negotiating room for 50 hours without air conditioning, without food. I think it was intentionally done by Ambassador Dolago to just, to make us reach something from Belém. So what we agreed upon and what we did not agree upon are all evident from this Multistakeholder decision. So as you know, Paris Agreement has several elements: mitigation, adaptation, finance, transparency, and also capacity building. So the COP negotiations happen around those subjects. But what Brazilians did, and also since Paris Agreement's remaining salient points were all agreed upon in Azerbaijan last year, well, this was indeed the time to implement the Paris Agreement. However, what Brazilians did was to gather the political will of the international community to show that Paris Agreement is still alive, and it is still possible to reach the global target of keeping the temperature below 1.5 degrees compared to the pre-industrialization. So yeah, this document signifies that, and so what the Multistakeholder decision showed was that to establish a new cooperative and voluntary global implementation platform called the Global Implementation Accelerator and the Belém mission to 1.5 degrees. This was a feat. I mean, I should hand it to Brazilians for doing this. And we also established a 2-year work program covering the full scope of Article 9 on climate finance, including obligations under Article 9.1, which basically obligated the developed countries to support the green transition for the rest of the world, and to request efforts to triple adaptation finance by 2035, and also we were able to include the language addressing unilateral climate-related trade measures, and also to launch a climate trade dialogue from 2026, accompanied by a high-level event in 2028. So this is basically a trade-off. So this is what happened. So the so-called developed countries wanted countries to accelerate the mitigation efforts and also to move toward moving away from fossil fuel globally. However, that was met by the very intense and heated counter response from the developing countries to say, yeah, we'll do that, but pay us, give us money to do that. So basically, that was the kind of a temporary equilibrium that we reached. So the developed countries agreed to treble the climate adaptation finance, but we were able to reach this global implementation accelerator. But again, I mean, it depends on where you come from, but it's not enough in any standard. So what the Brazilian hosts pushed for was a roadmap to move away from fossil fuel, and then to add another roadmap to prevent deforestation. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But what happened in the end of the day was to have a separate roadmaps outside of the COP process for the countries who are willing to continue these two roadmaps. So we will see who will be joining these two roadmaps. I hope Korea could join, but well, it's also going to be a very difficult process internally to decide upon that. And since I'm out of my position as a climate negotiator, I'm not privy to that information, but yeah, you'll see what will be coming next. Yes, so this is what happened. And yeah, and there were other outcomes. So initially, we didn't expect this multi-round political package to come out. So what is shown here are the so-called early harvest that we were able to achieve, and those were the outcomes on adaptation and climate trade nexus. And so I think it was quite significant achievement that we were able to adapt Belém adaptation indicators. Initially, we were hoping to have 100 indicators. So adaptation issue is very, very, very specific to country needs. So coming up with a global indicator to track where we are in an adaptation sphere, yeah, it's very difficult. So we were originally thinking of coming up with 100 indicators, but yeah, I mean, at this time, we were able to agree on 59 of them. And then for the rest, they decided to talk about the same issue in Ethiopia through Ethiopia 2 years from now. And also there was a growing need to talk about the so-called unilateral trade measure. So if you consider trade, it's actually a very important and also very useful vehicle to tackle climate issue. But there was a growing, I would say, discomfort on the part, to say the least, from the developing countries to consider some of the trade measures coming from developed countries to be very unilateral and also exacting and also unfair on and toward them. So, but finally, we agreed to talk about this issue. So what I'm noticing in this COP, I don't know, I mean, maybe I've been noticing this from at least 3-5 years ago, but I think these 4 issues are actually working in tandem. So trade policy, climate finance, and fossil fuel transition, they're all now combined. So you'll be seeing more of this in next year's COP and the coming the COPs as well. So I think for countries who are also negotiating on these fields and also to I guess, protect their national interests, they have to know the trade-offs, which I think the policy mix, which are best for them. So that's what I've been noticing. And yeah, we finally decided on the venue for the next COP. It was it was very unclear until the very end. So they reached some kind of a compromise to hold. So for the COP venues, they rotate with different regions. So every 5 years, each region has its turn to host COP. So it's a turn for the West European and other country groups. So Australia and Turkey were really competing until the end. It was like very gladiatorial almost. But finally, they reached a compromise where Turkey would be the host and Australia would be leading the negotiations, and the pre-COP will be held in the Pacific Island countries. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. And then for COP27, it's Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and yeah, an African group, they had no contenders. So for COP33, it's Asia Pacific's turn. We don't have a clear candidate yet, so we'll have to see what happens. So yeah, I mean, if I can just offer my thoughts on what came out of this, is that, so I think there's a very shifting negotiating environment. So geopolitical and economic tensions, including the wars in Ukraine and also in the Middle East. It's and also weakening of the free trade system and supply chain instability have contributed to the fragmentation rather than unified atmosphere at COP. So it was basically a proxy fight. Russians were angry, Chinese were angry, Americans were not there, but also, their absence was quite felt. So there's growing criticism of the inherent constraint, also of the UNFCCC's consensus-based decision-making, and its limited capacity to address urgent issues such as the transition away from fossil fuels, just transition, and climate-related trade measures. So many people are clamoring for reforming the COP, or yeah, we'll just do it outside of COP and decide on some real issues. And another thing that I noticed was a temporary balance between developed and developing countries. So with developed countries pushing for, again, higher mitigation ambition, and developing countries calling for expanded finance, especially and adaptation, and also opposing unilateral trade measures. The Multilateral package, well, I think temporarily bridged these differences. But with neither the EU nor China demonstrating leadership comparable to that previously exercised by the United States, and with Brazil's mediation as presidency, which was very, very commendable, was also a bit constrained. So the balance of, I think, the negotiating power appears to be shifting from the developed countries to the developing countries. So the Multistakeholder decision package, I think that most of the developing countries, negotiating group represented by the G77 plus China group, they didn't oppose. It was only EU and maybe some ILAC or Latin American countries which were adamantly against this. So I think the default setting, I think, is that this climate negotiation center of gravity has already moved from the developed countries to the developing countries. So I think for countries like Korea, we are also a developing country in the context of the Paris Agreement. Yeah, we will have to maybe kind of revisit our, I think, approach and also position on some key issues. So after the COP, there was a BBC article which came by saying Trump gained by staying away and China gained by staying quiet, and it was not Brazil's finest hour. But I think it's not true. I think your government, the Brazilian government, has really done its best to come up with this outcome. And yeah, so I should thank the Brazilian government and also Ambassador Dolago, Anatoni, its CEO, and also Tulio for their exceptional diplomacy. So let's give Brazil a round of applause. So for Korea, this is not time to brag, but this is what I did, in fact. So we didn't try to promote our NDC. They promoted for us. So NDC was considered very, very ambitious for a country like Korea. And traditionally, Korea has played this, the so-called bridging role between developed and developing countries. So for Korea, Korea is a developing country in the context of Paris Agreement because of our lack of historical responsibility. However, Korea is also doing its utmost on a voluntary basis to help green transition for the rest of the developing countries. And so what I proposed here was that, so we are part of a negotiating group called the Environmental Integrity Group, which consists of both developing and developed countries. This is the only negotiating group with that formulation. However, what I suggested this time was to form another dialoguing partner or maybe a negotiating group to include countries who are traditionally staying quiet, but are also big emitters with very hard to decarbonize sectors. So I have actually consulted with some of the previous, my predecessors to take a look at my proposals. And so that proposal to start some kind of a dialoguing framework was received quite well by some of the countries that I approached, and I hope this would bear fruit in the coming negotiations. And what I also did was to restart or jumpstart the climate dialogue with China at the high level. So we used to have this at in my former capacity. We have very few high-level climate dialogue with certain key countries. And China was one of them, but it was abruptly stopped and never restarted after COVID. But after talking to them on this issue, we agreed to hold this climate dialogue with China from next year, which is quite a feat. So we'll be able to I think, talk about not only climate issues, but air quality, and also, marine environment and other things. So that was, I think, kind of a important achievement. So yeah, what are the tasks? Well, not for the world. I'm talking about Korea. So what are the tasks for us? So I think the big, point for Korea, now that we have a very ambitious NDC, is to implement this to the fullest. So we have a task to realize the NDC 2030, and also pave the way for 2035 NDCs, and also to come up with longer-term targets for 2040 and 2045. Because that was the decision from our constitutional court that it is unconstitutional not to have that long-term numerical targets. So another added veneer to Korean situation is we legislate all our NDC targets. So we now have 2030 and 2050 targets in our laws. But now we have to legislate for 2035, and the tasks are ongoing for 2040 and 2045 targets. And as I said before, Korea is not obligated under Article 9.1 of Paris Agreement to support the developing countries, but we do it voluntarily. So now that the tripling of adaptation finance was agreed upon, I think there will be a gentle nudge or even pressure for Korea to do more with the adaptation finance. So I think as for Korea, we have to kind of deal with that issue as well. And then we also have to actively participate in the climate trade nexus issue, and to have a institutionalization of the bridging nation strategy. So I think my time is up. They're clamoring for me to step down, so I have stepped down, and I will step down here again. Thank you.
So he mentioned the significance of the COP conclusions and the Muchirang, the declaration and the implication for Korea of the COP, the COP30. So it was Mr. Chung presentation. Thank you.
We'll start the Climate Ambassadors Dialogue under the theme of Trajectory to Become Climate Change Designer as a Middle State. As for panelists, we are inviting the climate change ambassadors from 2013 to 2024 that inform the world of Korea's climate change policies. And as for moderator, we'll invite the journalist Hwang Deok-hyun from News One. So first, Shin Bu-nam, the climate change ambassador from 2013 and 2014. We have Choi Jae-chul from 14 to 16, Kim Chan-woo from 16 to 17, Yoo Yeon-chul from 2018 to 21, and last but not least, the ambassador from 21 to 24, Kim Hyo-eun. So as for the moderator, we're inviting journalist Hwang, who is specialized journalist for Climate and the Environment Center. So I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Hwang. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hwang Deok-hyun from News One, reporting specifically on the climate and the environment. So I report mostly on the policies, academia, and industries regarding climate change. And I'm studying still at the university for climate engineering as well. So GHG emissions cap and materializing it sounds very common for us, but that first came out about 35 years ago, which means that Korea shares long history that dealt with the climate change, and we have accumulated our policies as well. And as a result, 2015 Paris Agreement was declared, and at the very forefront of international states, these ambassadors were at the backbone of the declaration. So I would like to congratulate and appreciate their efforts. And with that, we'd like to start our discussion. Let me introduce each ambassador first. We have Shinbu Nam, the 2013 and 2014 climate change ambassador. And next, we have Choi Jae-chul, who was the ambassador from 2014 to 2016. And we have Kim Cha-nu, the ambassador from 2016 and 2017 as well. And next, we have Mr. Yoo Yeon-chul, who was the ambassador from 2018 to 2021. And last but not least, we have Kim Hyo-hun, who served as climate change ambassador from 2021 to 2024. So with that, I would like to ask two common questions for the ambassador, and they can select one out of two questions. First, Mr. Jung talked about polarization rather than the coalition. So climate change is actually become more politicized in this spectrum. So Korea is still working as a coordinator amongst many member states, but Korea joined PPCA, and there has been a lot of proactive effort, which set us as an example too. So we're not talking about climate change aversion, but we want to become a climate change designer. In that regard or perspective, what will be the strategies that should be changed in the Korean perspective? And also, during your term as a climate ambassador, what was the most impressive observation? And is there any experience that you would like to share to others? So first, I'd like to ask Mr. Shin for his remarks. So, first of all, as for the question, before I respond to the question, I would like to note and appreciate the Climate Change Center for organizing today's dialogue. Because as we are commemorating the last 10 years since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, this is very meaningful for us to reflect on and take the path forward. So as it relates to the negotiation, I joined since 2005 COP, and then the upcoming one in Bali, Indonesia, and then in 2011 I joined COP in Durban, South Africa, and also additional one in Warszawa, Poland as well. So in the earlier, it talked about which I was actually the director from the Ministry of the Environment. So if I were to share my insights or experience as the ambassador first, so back then, it was very aggressive, I think, when it comes to negotiation, because in 2015, the Kyoto Protocol and Annex 1 companies actually agreed upon the reduction target, but reduction didn't go as planned, particularly in the US from the Clinton administration. Actually, the law was not ratified, and then they actually declared to exceed from Kyoto Protocol, and even though they didn't officially was out, Japan and other companies also didn't comply with the reduction targets. Only EU members actually implemented on their reduction targets. So now, when I went to the COP in Montreal, Canada, I was able to witness that there was very aggressive tones amongst advanced nations and also developing countries too. So back in 2005, the ambassador from the US for negotiation the negotiation is about all the members. Actually, the negotiation is held behind the doors with the participation of like 30 member states, those who are under the helm of the negotiation states. So it's not that all the nation states can participate in that negotiation process. So as for the developing countries, approximately 10 countries can make the seats out of 130 countries, and then the remainder seats will be set for EU and other advanced nations like the Australia and Japan. And of course, US, they're the leaders, so they should be present too. And what about Korea? Korea should be included in that group. So we made EIJ group, the Environmental Solidity Group, along with Mexico and Monaco and other 4 countries, so that we can be included as one of the 30 seats in the table. So in the table at Montreal, negotiation table, the US ambassador just left the room out of the blue. They were not really proactive, the US side, but they wanted to show off that they don't want to join in this international forum. And also, advanced countries put a lot of pressures to developing countries too. It was the responsibility of them, the advanced nations, to not keep the targets. However, majority of the GHG came from the developing countries. So advanced nations put a lot of pressures to developing countries for their active participation. So there was huge pressure and burdens on the developing countries. And as I was there at the negotiation table, I was surprised as to the level of pressure that it was put under the developing countries. And I felt I was very lucky to not be born as a country amongst developing countries, because it was very aggressive. Of course, Korea, had to reduce the GHG. However, we had quite advanced technologies, and we were one of those advanced groups too. So, but on the other hand, as developing countries did not equip themselves with those advanced technologies, they had to heavily depend on the advanced nations. So it was the environment at the negotiation table, a lot of pressures towards the developing countries, and I was able to witness how difficult it is to run a smooth negotiation. Of course, there were some pushbacks from the developing countries too. And then the Rio negotiation actually included a clause to assist the developing countries from the advanced nations side. So there was more progressive talks to assist the developing nations, and in 2015, then Secretary General Ben talked about $150 billion of support or financing required for the developing countries. So that's how GCF, which is headquartered in Incheon, Korea, was able to found it to assist financially for the developing countries. That was the consensus back then, which led to the foundation of the GCF, and Korea was able to host this international organization. So it was such a very tough process to come up with the consensus back in Rio when I was the ambassador. And that's one experience that I want to share with you. And as for the negotiation strategy, I think the basics to the negotiation is the nation states. But advanced nations, it's actually the key leader is EU. And they have their own internal plan, which involves to establish a infrastructure to advance toward a low carbon technologies. So that is their foundation from EU. So they want to secure a capacity to reduce GHG while responding to the international negotiations. So there is a mixture between international and domestic policies, while developing countries do not have enough technologies or the markets to respond. So that was the environment back then. And as for Korea, as we laid out the NDC goal for 2035, and one of the key pillars of this current government is to use renewables for the green transition. And as we declared more than 53% of reduction for NDC, our revamping in economic and industrial transition is something that we need to go deeper, because as we change our fuels to renewables, we are drafting a lot of policies, and this is something that we need to consider more and more, because it's not about our goals to use more renewables, but rather we should create a foundation to use more and more renewables so that we can keep our NDC targets by 2035. So as I serve as the Korean KECO, Korean Energy Corporation's ambassador, this is my insights. We need to capitalize on our market policies, and also we need to expand diversified energy sources so that we can use our distribution lines and transmissions lines locally so that we can back up or back more and more local governments too. So I think this is probably the trajectory that we should take for the next 5 years. And I think we're at the critical juncture to take the path forward. And this is my observation that I can convey during my experience.
Thank you very much. You described the tense situation in the past you were involved in. Now we will invite Mr. Kim Chan-woo from the GCF. Glad to see you all. I want to introduce you to the report that I like the most. It is the report that was released the UN organization every year. It collects the data on the commitments of the countries and analyze that report to see the gap in reality. And UNEP released that report again this year. According to that report, 10 years have passed since the Paris Agreement, and the temperature has been lowered by 1 degree. Now, on average of the 3.5 degrees, and that's there, and it expects that the 2.3 or 2.5 degrees can be lowered further. And if the situation continues and the global temperature will remain at 2.8 degrees, and if the countries achieve the NDC, and the temperature will go down to 2.3 to 2.5 degrees, and the US withdrew from the Paris Agreement, and we have to add 0.1 degrees to it. What I want to say is that the climate action or the global efforts to react to climate crisis is a daunting challenge. The Paris agreements define the 2 degrees or the 1.5 degrees, and in order for us to achieve that target, we have to take action. And that's what we all say. In the many venues, as we negotiate the climate actions, we heard a lot of these talks. Maybe by the end of this century, can we achieve lowering the global warming to 2 degrees? Is it possible? We have to think about it seriously. If the global society makes great effort, maybe the 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees target can be achieved. And it is an optimistic view. However, if we look at the current situation around the world, there is a growing skepticism and pessimism about achieving this target when we look at the global situation, because the greenhouse gases are the byproduct of our economic activities. that occur all around the country. If we do not change our patterns of conducting our economic activities, we cannot achieve this goal. So we have to think about this. So fight against the climate crisis is not a short run. It is like a long-running marathon. So by 2050, we have our own goal, the carbon neutrality. But can we achieve that goal? We have to take this issue seriously. So from this perspective, regarding the climate action, so we have to think about our position as a designer of climate action. First, we have our own NDC, which is ambitious, and we have to honor our promise. That is the basic premise. And I want to add my comment to that. So, can we really achieve our target in a timely manner? And we have to discuss this seriously internally. And in order to become a designer of a climate action, we have to get a credibility from the global society. When we look at the world, so it's difficult to find any countries that have the similar technical capabilities and other institutional capabilities like Korea. And when I went to the other countries, I looked at the readiness for the climate action, but I found it hard to find a country that are ready for the climate action. But Korea, we have the finances and the technical capabilities in implementing the NDC implementations, and we can provide the ODC or EDC to developing countries. We can secure a good position as a leadership role in the global arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. Next. I think I've been pretty much active to reporting when he was serving as the ambassador. So Mr. Yu, please. So this is Ambassador Yu. So as for questions, our role as climate change designer, strategies required, I would like to extend the remarks from the Ambassador Choi, and I'd like to share a few more insights too. So as the previous presenter said, for us to become a designer for climate transition, NDC will be the first target that we should keep. And as for how we are going to keep the targets in terms of the methodology, I think the most urgent thing is to reinvigorate the carbon market. Because one of the keys to climate action will be to reduce greenhouse gas. And our aim to that regard is net zero. So we need to manage the amount of carbons. And the key to managing the carbon will be a carbon pricing. So we need to set the price for the carbons to induce the reduction of the GHG. So that includes carbon credits and carbon tax. And as for the urgency of this mechanism, I think it's because from next year, CBAM will take effect. So as for CBAM, EU is actually implementing it regionally. However, they are trying to extend it to across the border. So all the products imported to Europe, they will actually consider the amount of GHG and connect it to the carbon pricing mechanism that aligns with the regional level too. So in Korea, the carbon credit is approximately 10,000 Korean won. And while in EU, it's about 10 times more. And as for steel products that we export, the gap will be 90,000 won. And then that cost is something that we need to impose to Europe. And it's coming next year. It will take effect next year. So it's coming really fast. So we need to respond to this as early as possible. So this is something that we need to consider beforehand. And as for international carbon markets, at last year's COP29, there has been a concrete carbon policies that were materialized on that negotiation. At this year's at COP30 in Brazil, actually just before the COP30, there was a climate summit. And during that summit, Climate Activation Alliance was actually established under the leadership of the Brazil and China, which will set a remarkable milestone going forward. So that's why I want to emphasize the more activation of the carbon market here in Korea. And then during my term as a climate ambassador, one of the impressive insights that I would like to share is I think this is more like a failure case rather than the success story. So at the we actually Korea wanted to host COP18, and our competitor was Qatar. And you know, it's a voting process to select the venue. So we thought it was like an election kind of campaign. So we received a lot of support commitments from other countries. And at the Asia Pacific Summit, however, Qatar, out of blue, said they won more than majority of the votes from the Asia Pacific countries. But we actually received the majority of the commitment letters from the APEC too. So it was very confusing. And then one of the ambassadors from the Asia Pacific Islanders said that he would like to confess the fact that we both sent the support letter to two countries, to Korea and Qatar, but we strongly support Korea, was his concluding remarks. So everyone laughed at the table, but only except for Qatar, as well as that then chair Saudi Arabia. And then at the upcoming APEC session, they also capitalized on Pacific Islanders, and then they received a solidarity and harmony from all those countries. So why don't we rather use bilateral negotiation rather than the boats to respect the opinions from the Asia Pacific small islanders, suggested by KSA, Saudi Arabia. And right after, all the countries agreed upon, because it's more democratic than going for the votes. So Qatar said okay, and when that was asked to Korea, I actually suspended a little bit and asked for more time, because I realized that if we go for more negotiation than the votes, we might fail or we might not win. But ultimately, we had to accept. And then it was during the Lee Myung-bak administration, and we thought we can actually outcompete Qatar. But at the bilateral negotiation with Qatar, we had to give it in to Qatar. So we had to surrender. And that was because, you know, we import a lot of gas from Qatar. And there are a lot of projects where Korean companies take part in to support Qatar. And at the very last minute, Qatar administration was very hesitant to signing on those partnership with the Korean companies because of this hosting of the COP. So that was actually the opinions from the Qatar government. And because of these issues, what we negotiated upon was COP should be held in Qatar, while for pre-COP should be held in Korea. So when we actually held a pre-COP, one of the episodes that I would like to share would be there was about lunch session, which was actually overestimated. So we actually identified it like 3 days ago. And then we had to apologize for the miscalculation of this cost. But their answer was that doesn't matter whether it's $7,000, $70,000, doesn't matter. But what I want to highlight from this episode is that when it comes to climate negotiations and bilateral negotiations, we should take multilateral approach than the bilateral approach. And another point is that the competitions against the Middle is something that we should avoid, because they're not countries that follow the rules. When it's the direction from the royals, they should do it by using all the means they have. So these were the lessons I learned from my term as the ambassador. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Yu, for your insightful comments. And as for oil gas, Korea is 106,000 and Europe is about 73,000. So I think that's why we need to devise strategies to fight against the CBAM. And Korean companies are actually responding to COP. So this is something that we need to consider as well.
Next, the CEO, Mr. Kim Hyo-eun, you have the floor. The predecessors have shared the good stories with the audience. So I wonder what I should say. So I got a little bit nervous about what to say to the audience. So as the previous ambassadors said, I want to say this. Korea is uniquely positioned in negotiation table around the world. Korea is a very unique country when it comes to climate negotiations. First, Korea stands at a developing countries list. So when it says that developed countries should do something and developing countries should do something, and in that moment, Korea is considered as one of developing countries. Second of all, most Korean companies are racing with the Chinese companies, and China is doing only that much. Then why should Korean business do that amount of work? And I read the article about this. Korea and China have different positions in climate negotiation venue, but it seems like the general audience do not accept that. Korea is one of the OECD members, but when it comes to the climate negotiation, Korea is considered a developing country. But Korea has many industries that consume a lot of energies, and Korea's natural environment is difficult to use renewable energy. What is the most challenging part is that the Korean people have enjoyed the very cheap energy and utility prices in the past decades as we achieved our economic growth. But now, when the climate action is taken, that requires a lot of the sacrifices on the general public. So it is very difficult for the people to accept that. So what would be the right approach for Korea to become a leader in a climate negotiation table? So when I look at the climate negotiations, in the end, we helped the climate action has helped China take a leap forward. And because the renewable and new energy sources should be developed, the solar energy and the energy storage tools like the batteries and the EV cars are emerging, and the new value chain for those industries should be established. And the Chinese government has streamlined all the works to establish that ecosystem and develop the technologies. And now China is taking the leadership in those technologies, in the photovoltaic energy, the battery markets, and the EV markets. So China has emerged as a leader, and in order to respond to climate, the industrial transition is needed, and that's what many people said. And then that led to the criticism that all those discussions and dialogues and efforts helped China emerge as a leader. So the companies or industries should find a way to restructure their businesses on their own, and the company should show the plan first to the government, and the government will help. And then the companies say that the Chinese companies are competing against the Korean companies, and in the same fields like the chemical industries and many other industries that Koreans compete against Chinese companies. All these environments now are unfavorable to Korean companies. But nevertheless, the climate action is essential. We cannot reverse the trend. And the universal products that the Chinese companies can produce, like the chemical products or the manufacturing products, are not the areas where the Korean can have a competitive edge over the China. And we have to explore the technologies and new innovation in order to win the competition against China. And then Korean people need to put up with the higher utility cost. And the Korean people have to endure the pattern of their lifestyle when it comes to utility. So I believe that Korea should lead the climate negotiations. And like Mr. Chung said, the innovation in the industry is championed by Korea, and Korea need to implement that innovation in the cross-sectional industries, and we need to drive the change in the industry. And we have to lead by making innovation to change the landscape. Otherwise, we cannot enjoy the opportunity that will present to us. And let's say, how can we win the support from the government if we just sit idly? And we have to take action to give the stimulus to businesses so that we can see some innovation in the businesses, and that's in return lead the government to take more action to support the businesses. And the Korea need to take seriously the issue of leading the innovative action in the climate landscape. And that is my opinion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kim. Now I will invite Mr. Choi.
So there were some insightful comments from each former ambassadors. But one thing that we heard is that for Korea to become a climate change designer, what will be the necessities and requirements is the question raised to all the former ambassadors. And I think we should look at it from both domestic, international level, and also I'd like to share my experience as the former ambassador. And for Korea to turn from risk aversion to transition designer, I think I would like to echo what Mr. Chung said, which is to create a more trustworthy NDC strategies. So every 2 years, as of 2024, we are disclosing transparency report regarding how we are implementing our 2030 and 2035 NDCs. And I think that will be meaningful to look at our trust, look at how trustful we are in implementing NDC. And as for one of the to-do lists that we have to do is to change the power market. Currently, the market is quite distorted. And as it relates to the transition to climate change, I think we should consider whether the market itself right now is reasonable. And as for international perspective, as each ambassador is presented, so from 1991, one emphasis from me was to enhance early warning system. So as for mandatory compliance from Article 6 of Paris Agreement, we have a lot of movements and dialogues internationally. And at the same time, we have some pushbacks from NGOs and civil society, which turn the blind eye to international movement from the Korean perspective. So this is something that we should avert completely. And for us to join in the international efforts, we need to enhance the level of early warning system going forward. And as for my negotiation experience or observation, I think the most relevant one will be what happens if we do not comply with our NDC targets. So recently, along with climate ambassadors in the National Assembly, I had a chance to have a briefing sessions on the implications of the NDC, and this was a similar question that I was asked back then as well. So in June of 2015, during INDC, which was not NDC but INDC back then, we set our targets for BAU 36%. Which take into consideration fighting against the corruption. And that was also an ambitious target for Korea too. And everyone said that it is too ambitious. And as a negotiator in that surroundings, my role there was to make sure that the NDC should not be legally binding. And this issue was also extended to July's meeting on the same year in Luxembourg. Back then ambassador and foreign minister John Kerry attended too. And this was the issue handled with all the stakeholders. And EU and all the Pacific Islanders said, this is something that we need to comply with. The commitments should be kept, was the consensus amongst Europe and Pacific Islanders. And I was curious on what will be the aim for the Paris Agreement. So climate actions for each country should be to follow the race to the top. And then if countries fail to comply with the NDCs, and if there is a penalty for non-compliance, then who will actually submit their NDC targets ambitiously? So that was my comment back then. And for it to become internationally binding, it will create some repercussions domestically and internationally. So I laid out the case of Korea, where there were some pushbacks in the domestic side. And then, as for my comment, there was also comment from the US and China as well, which created consensus on creating a domestic commitments, not in the legally binding setting. But then there was also a doubt, then if it's not legally binding, don't we have to comply with this one if it's only nationally binding? However, that will actually impact to the national prestige or national standing. So because of this, we need to create a trustful or trusty mechanism domestically so that in the international stage, Korea can actually take a path forward as a designer for energy or climate transition. Thank you, Chairman, for your insightful comments. Due to time constraints, I think we need to wrap up here. So all the comments from the podium this time will create a lot of insights to the media and the industries. As they are actively involved in the industry, I hope that they will have more efforts to come. Please give them a big round of applause again. Thank you, panelists, for a meaningful dialogue to share the experience of climate action in the Korean scene and how we can enhance our roles as a climate designer. So once again, let us give a big round of applause to 5 former ambassadors and also the journalist. So there will be a commemorative photo for the panelists. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation. And for us to prepare for the upcoming session, let us reorganize the podium for 5 minutes. So let's have a 5 minutes of break.
Here for the next session, so please remain seated and stand by. 네, 저희 바로 다음 세션 시작.
We will start the next session. Please take your seat.
네, 그럼 지금부터
Now we'll begin the last session of today's program. The last section is about the conversation with the industry stakeholders and the Paris Agreement in relation with the interest of the industry stakeholders. We'll have the public dialogue. First, we'll have the GCF's Mr. Muhammad Kali will make a presentation on the role of the climate finance. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Mohamed Gabriel, Head of Government Relations at the GCF, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. 안녕하세요. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Like many, as we heard in the previous presentations, like many of you, I was in Paris as well 10 years ago. I was back then lead negotiator for Africa. I was negotiating on behalf of the African group and African countries, and now I am with the GCF, with the Green Climate Fund, who is graciously hosted in the beautiful country of Korea, in Incheon, in Songdo. So I would like to start by thanking the organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Embassy of France, the Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Climate Change Center for the organization and the invitation. During this presentation, I'll speak about the operations of GCF, objectives, priorities, and mandates, and how this is leading or contributing to the implementation of NDCs and increasing the ambition of NDCs. Because it's through all what we do in GCF, this is how we are supporting the implementation of NDCs. So GCF is the world's largest multilateral climate fund for developing countries. As was indicated in the previous presentation, it was established in 2010 by UNFCCC COP16 and became operational in 2014. And actually, the first project that GCF approved was in November 2015. So as Paris Agreement is celebrating its 10th year anniversary, we are celebrating a 10-year anniversary as well of GCF, of our first project, which again was approved back in November 2015. And on this occasion, I would like to extend our gratitude and our thanking to the government and people of Korea for hosting us, for hosting the GCF as an international organization in Songdo, in Incheon, and also for contributing to GCF, as was rightly noted by Ambassador Chung. Korea is not an Annex 1 country, so There is no legal obligation in UNFCCC framework for them to contribute to finance. However, Korea is a generous financial contributor in climate finance, and they're contributing to the GCF. So as such, GCF is an operating entity of the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC and as well of the Paris Agreement. So when Paris Agreement was agreed and concluded, it included as well that GCF will serve as the operating entity for the agreement, same as for the convention for UNFCCC. And the objective is to help developing countries meet their climate commitments, which is vital to the goal of keeping global temperature rise well below 2 degrees centigrade and making the paradigm shift to achieve so. So GCF is the major channel for delivering multilateral climate finance. It works from the ground up to help countries understand how climate threats affect the development pathway they have chosen, and then funds transformative mitigation and adaptation projects that benefit the people and the planet. So what we do exactly, these are the 3 pillars of our operations. We deliver capital at scale through our projects, both public and private, and using the range of different instruments. We strengthen institutions through our investment services and our support to the NDC's implementation, to NAP implementation. So we support their development, their implementation, and also we support the accreditation, and we provide readiness finance for countries to help them build their institution and their capacities. We also partner for impact through leveraging our partner network to work with governments, accredited entities, and other stakeholders to deliver cross-climate impact across sectors. So what makes the GCF different? These are the differentiators and strengths that explain why GCF. We operate at the largest scale among multilateral climate funds, enabling us to mobilize significant resources. Our flexibility across the financial stack allows us to tailor funding solutions to diverse projects and needs. We provide comprehensive support throughout the entire project life cycle, ensuring effective implementation and impact. Our high appetite for both financial and non-financial risks mean that we can back innovative and challenging initiatives, and we prioritize climate vulnerable countries and communities, focus on those most in need. Finally, our broad and diversified network of partners enhances collaboration and amplifies our reach and effectiveness in driving climate action globally. These are the elements that will enable us to become the climate finance partner of choice. So we are focused on creating an efficient GCF by enhancing our systems to improve speed and ease of access, ensuring that resources reach projects quickly and effectively. Our regional structure is designed to be fit for purpose, allowing us to have the right footprint to address diverse climate challenges globally. We emphasize being a data and impact-driven organization, using evidence to guide decisions and measure success. And as an entity mandated by the UNFCCC, we maintain a balanced board to ensure fair governance. Additionally, we uphold strong safeguards and standards supported by independent units to maintain integrity and accountability in all our operations. So altogether, these enablers strengthen our ability to deliver impactful climate finance solutions. Now I'll speak about our 50 by 30 reform agenda. This is a reform agenda that was announced by our executive director in September 2023 in the General Assembly of the UN, and it was acknowledged by UNFCCC COP29 outcomes. It sets out to enhance support for the most vulnerable people and communities, mobilize private sector participation and investments, reinvent the partnership model, improve access through efficiency, and prioritize broad-scale system transformative program over isolated projects. So as I mentioned, we are celebrating this year the 10th anniversary of the first project approved by GCF. So what does this exactly mean? So the GCF 10 is an anniversary marking a significant milestone. It's 10 years of GCF programming and operations. 10 years ago, on 5 November 2015, GCF approved its first project, FP001, which aimed to increase the climate resilience of indigenous community in Peru's Amazon basin. This anniversary will recognize the fund's growth and evolution, past and current achievements, and future ambitions. Now I'll go a little bit deeper on what we do to explain how, through our work and operations, we are supporting the implementation of NDCs. So as you can see from this slide, our portfolio concentrates where emissions can fall fastest and resilience can rise the most. So in terms of mitigations sectors, we focus on energy generation and access, transport, building, cities, industries and appliances, forests and land use, and from distributed renewables and grid upgrades to EV fleets and efficient industry to avoid deforestation and restoration. On the adaptation front, we focus on livelihood, health, food and water security, infrastructure, and the built environment, ecosystem, and ecosystem services. So each intervention here pairs investment with capacity and private sector mobilization, improving access while protecting the most vulnerable. These are our programming priorities for the cycle 2024-2027. We operate by 4-year cycle, so we are currently in the cycle of 2024-2027, and we have these 4 priorities, these 4 programming priorities. And these are the targeted results under the 4 programming priorities. This shows how broad is our network of partners. We have the broadest and most diversified network of partners. So GCF works with a broad global network of partners from public, private, and non-profit sectors, ranging from international financial institutions, global agencies, and multilateral development banks to smaller local organizations based in developing countries. The Efficient GCF, it's an initiative that we have taken to improve access and to make access as well more quick. So we are committing to completing our reviews of concept notes and funding proposals in 9 months or less. This will include the time taken to review the concept note and the time to appraise the funding proposal so it is ready for board consideration. Now I'll show how our portfolio is performing. So we have a total GCF commitment up till now of 19.3 billion. And with co-financing, the portfolio value reaches 78.7, which makes approximately mobilization or co-financing rate of 1 to 4. So for each dollar spent, we can mobilize $4 in exchange. This is a distribution of our investment in both mitigation and adaptation. And now we'll come to the last part, which what we are doing to support NDC's implementation and ambition. So as GCF is the largest multilateral climate fund supporting NDC implementation, we provide a balanced NDC aligned support with 59% adaptation and 41% mitigation in grant equivalent. And 62% of the adaptation finance is directed to LDCs, SIDS, and African countries, which are defined as the vulnerable countries according to our mandate and governing instrument. Also, the readiness strategy provides up to $4 million per country in multi-year programming for NDC planning, investment pipeline development, MRV system strengthening, and climate finance coordination mechanism. Also, GCF strengthened the technology implementation within NDCs by advancing technology needs assessment, linked priorities such as solar PV deployment, energy efficiency instruments, and climate smart irrigation. Through its mandate, resources, and evolving strategies, the GCF is directly supporting nations to implement and upgrade their NDCs from planning and capacity building to financing large-scale mitigation and adaptation projects. The challenges identified are not roadblocks, but rather a to-do list for the international community to empower the GCF. By addressing these, we unlock the fund's full potential as a catalyst and as a supportive of developing countries and as a channel for climate finance to help developing countries develop and implement their NDCs. So in summary, a well-resourced, efficiently operating GCF can drive transformative change by helping countries implement current NDCs fully and inspiring them to commit to bolder targets in the next round of NDCs. This virtuous cycle of ambition, supported by finance, is exactly what is needed to meet our collective climate goal. It is therefore in the global interest to ensure the GCF succeeds and grows as a central pillar of climate action support. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. 네, 고맙습니다. 그럼 계속해서 저희 다음
Next, we'll move on to the next presentation. I'd like to invite Mr. Chai Chi-min, professor of China, and he belongs to the NCSC, and he sent us the pre-recorded video. Please watch.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chai Chi-min. I'm from China's National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation, NCSC. It's a great honor to be invited to make a presentation about China's new NDC towards the year 2035 on the East Asia Climate Dialogue. As we know, climate is approaching its tipping point. Last year, as the WMO's statistic, global temperature have risen about 1.55 above the pre-industry level. So it's really urgent actually for us to take action to address the risk of climate change from the global context. And typically for East Asia, as we know, and we are more fragile, actually different dynamic. For example, our coast and facing the rising sea levels, and also more and more extreme climate events happened in our areas. And also another tipping point is in the market. As we know, the global investment in a transition approach over 2,000 billion, $2 trillion in last year, and also the green and sustainability points insurance approaching $1 trillion. Carbon market also play a big role actually. When we see in the year 2020, it's only the transition is totally below 300 billion. Now it's almost 1 trillion euros actually. So it's really important for us to take it seriously to both the greenhouse gas emissions and also green transitions in our economy and the trade. The global climate governance actually approaching more than 30 years. Now we are facing new challenges, the global geopolitical issues, and also other concerns. For example, the security issues is rising among the global political economy context. This year, we have the COP13 just closed in Brazil, and lots of issues as discussed. We can see some reached a consensus, some still at the area with different points of view from different parties. And among that, the NDC, the nationally determined contributions, put a very central role because under the Paris Agreement, we know there's a 5 years ambition recycling. And every 5 years, the parties should raise the new targets for climate actions. And then learning by doing to make a move forwards with more policies and actions, and also collaborations among the parties. But we know there's lots of changes in global climate governance, like United States withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. And so this year, United Nations hold a very two important leaders summit on climate change. To invite the parties to give speeches about how to address the transition and also the synergies from such kind of mitigation, adaptation actions. Among that, China also announced our 2035 NDCs officially, and which is supported by dozens of research institutions within China, and our NCC take a leader in modeling and study work. The basis is in the previously we already submission 2 rounds of NDCs. The first one is in the year 2015. The second is updated in the year 2020, and finally officially submitted by the year 2021. And most of targets already achieved actually ahead and also overachieved. For example, the wind and the solar power installations, and the renewables industry in China actually grow very fast, and also play a very big role in China's low carbon transitions. So for this time of NDC development, we also do lots of comprehensive studies, use the multi-model comparison assessment, and not only the green perspective, and also we know lots of issues, for example, the economy growth, energy security, and also the global supply chain resilience. So it also matters a lot for people's welfare, actually. So it's quite important for us to consider comprehensively and make synergies and trade-offs between each other. Among that, we raised we have the target we call the 1+3+3 indicators. By the year 2035, China will reduce economy-wide net greenhouse gas emissions by 7% to 10% from the peak levels, and striving to do better. To supporting that targets, we also have the three quantitative indicators. The first one is the share of the non-fossil fuel in total energy consumption will reach over 30% by the year 2035. The total installed capacity of the wind and the solar power will be 6 times 2020 level, striving to reach 3.6 thousand gigawatts. The total forest stored volume will reach over 22 billion cubic meters. And also the new energy vehicles will become the mainstream of the new vehicle sales. The national carbon emission trade market will cover major high emission sectors nationwide by then. A climate adaptation society will be basically established. And this time NDC actually have lots of changes. First, we expanded our sectors from energy related to the industry, buildings, transitions, forest, ocean, and land use. Lots of almost all the sectors of our economy. And also from productions, the supply side, to the distributions, consumptions, and also other economy linkers. Not only the carbon dioxide, but also lots of non-CO2 greenhouse gases will be covered. Not only emissions, but also the carbon sink, CDR technologies will be applied as well in our market. By the year 2030, China's net greenhouse gas emissions are expected to fall by an absolute amount exceeding 1 billion tons of CO2 equivalent, which is much higher than other big economies. And also China will achieve large-scale energy transition at that time, and our wind and solar power installation will increase by 6 times, and also have a more ambitious target for 3.6 thousand gigawatts. The capacity by the year 2030 will achieve over 65% of the non-fossil fuel energies, and the generation the share of the generation will much more than 55%, and also the share of in the total energy, the non-fossil fuel will approach 70% around that time. The carbon sink is also large scales as well. We will strengthen the carbon market constructions, and will including lots of emission intensive industries. This year we already have the aluminium, steel, and the cement, 3 more sectors, and then we have the petrochemicals, paper making, and also civil aviation, those industry into the markets. Then we will cover almost 80% of the greenhouse gas. Then the carbon pricing signals will be fully integrated into the all aspects of the economy and the social development. The new energy vehicles will be also accelerate its development, and by the year 2035, now it's almost half of the new vehicles is from the new energy, and by the year 2035, it will be approaching 8 or 90% of the total. Adaptation also very matters actually in China, so we also put targets for that as well. To achieve such kind of targets, it's not only required our domestic efforts, but also need good international cooperations. If there's a trade war, so definitely it will be block lots of issues, and also harm the efforts that the parties make. To achieve that, also bring lots of spillover efforts to the positive effects global. For example, the lower the cost of our transition for renewable development as well. So to a conclusion, and actually it's quite important actually for this stage that all the countries work together to raise our climate reaction depends on our national circumstances and also national collaborations. In a summary, actually, we can see the China's roadmap since the year 2007. Every 5-year plans, we put very solid targets and also take practice on that. And we can see even the numbers of the targets is increasing, and of course the ambitions as well. But now, as we know, we facing lots of challenges globally. So how can we take wise choice for our economy and also to have a shared vision for a global climate governance? It's really matters for all. A shared future for all mankind. We can see it's lots of topics actually discussed in the COP13. So let's keep hope and make real implementations about our NDCs and to achieve the sustainable development to have the co-benefits from such kind of transitions for everyone. I stop here. Pleasure to have such kind of opportunities to discuss about this topic. Thank you.
From NCSC, Professor Chai Chi-min made the presentation. He shared the Chinese perspective on climate action and some the takeaways from the COP30.
기구죠.
Moving on to Japan, we'd like to invite Dr. Naoki Masuo from IGES, senior researcher regarding perspective of carbon market and NDC in Japan. And we're gonna watch a video one more time.
Hello, my name is Naoki Matsuo of the IGES Japan. I thank very much to the CCC, Climate Change Center of Korea, to invite me to have chance to talk about the Japan's GX ETS. Okay, let me start now. Okay. Okay. So, what I'm going to talk is Japan's newly introduced or newly designed ETS. First of all, I'm going to talk on the Japan's targets. So we have several targets. One is 2030's target, 35's, 40's, and 50's target. And these are the numbers and the targeted numbers of the reductions in comparison to our base year, that is 2013. So the targets are almost on line, linearly declining straight line. And historically, we have almost achieved the on track. Okay, so that's the historical event. And also, in case we have to undertake some factor analysis, we can say that, so this is the emission reductions by energy efficiency, and this is by the energy switching. So energy efficiency has been dominated in the past, and then until 2030s, these two are almost comparable, but the energy efficiency is somewhat larger. But in the 2030s to 40, the energy efficiency improvement continues, of course, but we expect a lot on the fuel or energy switching by introduction of a large amount of hydrogen-derived fuels and renewables or something like that. Okay, from now on, I'm going to focus on the GX ETS. So GX ETS, emission trading system, is it a cap and trade type or not? Cap and trade, that is very important. Actually, in the case of ETS, what is the environmental indicator showing how such an instrument contribute to environment. That is the cap. And it is unique indicator showing the level of such an emissions. So therefore, in case we are to consider, expect that the such an ETS as an environment instrument that contribute a lot on the emission reductions, then okay, we have to set the cap first. So we have NDC target, and some part are covered by ETS, some are not covered by the ETS. So in the case of EU has some target in 2030s, for example. The ETS sectors and non-ETS sector it has, and the ETS sectors has almost on track because, of course, it is a legally binding target. But the non-ETS sectors, they are struggling a lot in order to meet such a non-ETS sector target. Okay, so in any case, the cap are to be set as a responsibility portion of the covered sectors. Then we have to design other factors such as the initial allocation method and the market-related aspects and something like that. But in the case of GX ETS, what is its primary objective? Not only GX ETS, but also the so-called GX surcharge, a kind of carbon tax. So altogether, such a carbon pricing instruments, their primary objective is to repay the GX economic transition bond. The total amount is 20 trillion yen per over 20 years. So that is issued to implement the GX strategy. This is the primary objective set by the law. Okay? And also the cap will be the result exposed basis. Result of the initial allocations. Initial allocations are set by the benchmarking method, as well as several adjustments like this one. And emission reductions will be primarily delivered to the governmental support, not by such a pricing effect by carbon pricing. So that's METI's way of thinking. And now, at its core of the design of the ETS, GX ETS, we are here, 2033, 23, 24, 25. So at the very end of the 25, we are here, and we have this. We have operated the voluntary pilot phase of the GX ETS, but from the next fiscal year, from next April, we'll have the regulatory framework with a free allocation only, and after that, from 2033, we will introduce the auctioning for the electricity sector. So this auctioning revenue had to be used for the GX bond repayment. And those are GX surcharge are to be introduced from this 2028. So now we have almost completed the basic rules and methodologies for the such an initial allocation. And the remaining important element is price band effect setting. So higher the upper limit and lower limit. And actually the METI in some sense wants to control the price of the allowance. And so such an governmental committee's meeting discussing the price band setting that are to be behind the door. But in any case, in addition to that, the initial allocation will not be done by the start of this regulatory framework, but it takes 1 more year for the verification of the activity data of the entities. Okay, so this is the future prospect of GX. It is my personal opinion, observation. That is very Japan specific. So Japan's GX ETS is not designed as a tool to propel emission reductions strongly. So initial allocations are set at levels that are achievable in some sense and are unlikely to adversely affect international competitiveness. While the total initial allocations can be considered a cap, it is set based on the criteria established bottom-up, as described above, and not determined by top-down. Top-down requirements such as the NDC achievement of Japan as a whole. And made its fundamental approach, that is, industry measures will be led by GX strategy, and that is driven by the governmental support, subsidy and some others, which set milestones at the blueprint for key strategic areas. So made its blueprints. So DX strategy as an industrial policy, distinct from the climate policy in some sense. The price differential subsidies that are under the GX policy, that is for the hydrogen-derived fuels, are somewhat outside factors for the allowance market. And the METI's approach to the allowance market will be reflected in how the price band is set. That is to be determined in December. So the volume of the jet credit that is fungible with allowance, that is approximately only 0.2% of the allowance volume. GSM credits are even fewer. But I expect or hope that our power market is emerging, especially the derivatives market is emerging. And that could be the model of the allowance market, hopefully. From the long-term perspective, based on GX economic transition bond repayment requirement that is set by law, the allowance price is calculated to be around 3,000 yen per ton of CO2. If the next phase of the bond progresses, the price is expected to double. So I prepared 2 more slides, but that is somewhat the appendix in some sense. So one is the price determinant. Of course, you may expect that the market dynamics of demand and supply relation could be the determinant of the ETS, the allowance price. But in Japan's case, METI's intention could be stronger in some sense. And this is related to the J credit price trend. So nowadays around 6,000 yen per ton of CO2. And also the GX bond repayment into 20 years that can allow me to calculate the 3,000 yen per ton of CO2. That could be the average price of the allowance in 20 years. Okay, that's all what I can show you. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you.
So another insightful presentation from Japan's net zero policy and 2035 NDC efforts as it relates to the roles of market mechanism and the importance of international cooperation. With that, we'd like to invite our last presenter, Ms. Choi Min-ji, the head of Greenhouse Gas Information Center, who will talk about the Korea's NDC role for the implementation of Paris Agreement. Please give her a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Choi Min-ji from Greenhouse Gas Information Center. So I'm going to present about Korea's 2035 NDC targets. So as for the backdrop, we devised the NDC because we don't have enough time to address the global warming and climate change. We heard from China and Japan. So internationally, we have heated competition against core exits. As for the EU, the CBAM will take effect from next year, and they are expending more investment for core exit and decarbonization efforts, and the same goes to China as well. They are investing heavily to renewables industry, solar and wind as well. So as it relates to Korea's 2030 NDC implementation goals, we're having only 5 years left, so this is an assessment on how we can implement our targets. So our target was 40% versus 2018's level. Currently, we are able to reduce up to 89 million tons, and we still have 200 million tons to go, which means we have far away to achieve our targets by 2030. And that's why the current administration has comprehensively looked into the possibility of NDC implementations and devised the relevant policies as of. And in this perspective, the key here in Korea will be to expand more renewable energy. So from 2012, we have adopted ETS system in the Korean market, but it has to be normalized to help more industries to reduce their GHG, and another policies will be to expand more and more EV users. And as we set our NDC targets for 2035, one requirement for us was about the climate trial from last year at the Constitutional Court. So they notified that we don't have a long-term policy from 2031 to 2049, which means that we need to legalize our reduction pathways from this specific period. And this is the international trajectory and overview. So you can see more and more companies are setting their ambitious targets too until 2035. And last year in November, we have declared 2035 NDCs for Korea. So it specified each different industry, and we looked into the feasibility, and at the same time, we took into consideration on how we can lead the efforts from the industries and the businesses. So this was something that we suggested. And also, we have to go in line with the KGX strategy as well. So the 2035 NDC sets numerical data for our targets by each industry, but starting from the end of this year until next year, we are planning to devise our KGX strategy. So maybe at the end of next half, the first half of next year, we can actually complete this strategy. So our goal here is to reduce 53% of GHG by 2035 versus 2018's level. This is the bottom line target, and if we reflect on IPCC's recommendations, our cap will be 61% as well. So Korea's NDCs go in line with ETS too. So we took into considerations the conditions of industries on the bottom line goal, while for 61% of top line goal, we took into consideration the barometer for GX policies that will be set next year too. As for emissions for each sector, the largest emissions should come from electricity, the power industry. So far, expanding the renewables is very important, but they only account for 10% of our overall power generation. So their contribution was very slim. But as we expect to increase this to 30%, we believe that reduction will be made a lot from power generation. And also, the second pillar will be industry as well. But our manufacturing sector emits a lot of GHG, but considering that our reduction target is still not ambitious, I think. And as for key implementation strategies to attain our 2035 goal will be, of course, the first one should be about renewables. So it only accounts for 10% of the overall power generations. So in this perspective, for us to reduce 70% from here, we need to actually expand more of renewables by 7 times. Of course, part of it comes from nuclear power plants, but as we consider the infrastructure regarding renewables were actually disrupted, it will be a very ambitious plan for us. So we need more and more the policies to boost these renewable sectors like solar and wind power. And one of the limitations for this growth will be to address some of the energy interval issues. The demand and the supply is also very inconsistent. To address this, we are also trying to come up with a special act for power generations, and enough amount of energy mix should be devised too. The next one for industry, I need to pinpoint the steel sector. Because 100 million tons of emissions come from steel industry, and also petrochemicals or cement industry are expected to emit a lot too. And refineries or semiconductor display also took up a lot of emissions too. So these specific industries have to devise their own plans to reduce GHG by transitioning fuels. Maybe part of it will come from developing the reduction technologies. And as for steel, we can use hydrogen reduction iron making or electricity NCC, which requires to attain low carbon materials. And maybe we can look into highly economical or clean sources like hydrogen. So that will be also implemented as part of our plan for each industry. And third part is about refrigerant or coolant. So we talked about refrigerant gas, but we didn't have enough policies to address this. So as for this specific industry, we are expected to see a lot of emissions until 2035. So HVAC systems in the building and the refrigerant required for the building should be transitioned into a low emission sources. And we also plan to enact the refrigerant management law in Korea too. And as for transportation industry, so the transition in this specific industry was not robust, and there was EV fire accidents and EV chasm issues, which actually is driving the supply of EVs in Korea. But our plan is to attain 4.5 million of EV users by 2035, and we also have more ambitious plan for EV supply by 2040. So to that end, we need to electrify all the sedans and the vehicles through establishing the mobility electrification roadmap. And in parallel, we also try to give more subsidies for renewables or eco-friendly powered vehicles like hydrogen cars. As for buildings, one of the pillars will be to enhance zero energy buildings that will enhance the performance of the building energy, and also the other one will be green mobility too. So far in Korea, the heat used in households has been actually powered by coal, oil, and also we used gas most of the time. So these heat energy used in household, if they can be electrified and be replaced by heat pump, I think it will also help Korea to reduce GHG. So that is our trajectory, especially for the building sector. And based on public institutions, we plan to make it mandatory to establish heat pumps. And as for the agricultural waste, they don't have an ambitious plan because they don't emit a lot, but we also want to make sure that we improve the ways to dispose of the feces of the animals too. And as for carbon sink and CCUS, so for the latter, CCUS, still there are uncertainties around technological development and securing the overseas site too, so it's not really materialized. But this is one of our plans, and on our trajectory, we need to also establish our core phase-out policy so that we can transition current thermal power plants or fossil fuels to renewables. To that end, we need to support the transition of the jobs and retraining too. And as ICE, the internal combustion engines should be minimized, we also need some of the implementation strategies among the relevant government agencies too. So when we talk about the NDC, I think it was repeated quite often, but we had a pan-public dialogue for the implementation of NDC because that requires a lot of proactive engagement from every stakeholder. But now that we have set our 2035 NDC targets, it is timely for me to establish more concrete green plans in Korea, I think. So as presented earlier, we need to consider different policies from each industry and how we can improve carbon pricing, and also some of the strategies from building and transportation sector. So everything will be actually implemented throughout our KGX policy, which is under preparation right now. So to that end, now under the Ministry of Climate, Energy and the Environment and relevant agencies are having a pre-level meeting. And I believe that we'll kick off the preparation for this next year so that we can finish off or complete the implementation strategies by the first half of next year so that we can combine and collect all the opinions from relevant officials. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening, everyone. Thank you for your insightful presentation as it relates to Korea's NDC plan until 2035 and what will be our trajectory. So with that, we'll move on to our final session, the panelist discussion regarding non-state actors' roles and importance. As we are entering into the NDC 2035 era, we need to consider the implementation efforts from the young generations and some of the local states that emit a lot. So the last session will be moderated by the Professor Shin Hyun-seok from Busan University, Society Environment System Engineering. Please give him a big round of applause. And as for the panelists for our last session, we'll once again invite Ms. Choi from Greenhouse Gas Information Center, and 4 representatives from industry. We'll have Son Young-uk, Lee Won-hak, Moon Young-soo, and Kim Hyun-tae to the podium. So please make sure to press the button when you present and make sure that your voice is loud and clear.
Now the floor is yours, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Professor Shin.
Introduction to me, and then I'm Hyun-seok Shin. I'm a professor at the Busan National University. From now on, I will speak Korean, okay?
Very glad to meet you. As introduced, I am Shin Hyun-seok with the Busan National University. The topic that we are dealing with, the last of the program, will be discussed under my moderation. The Climate Change Center organized this event to discuss the climate action. And in this last session, we will talk about how we implement the NDC and address the transition in Korea. And I think this session is very meaningful, and I think this will take us to a next stage of NDC implementation. So my special thanks goes to the organizer of this event, the chairman of Climate Change Center, Mr. Choi. And I want to say this. This session, as far as I understand, is dealing with 2 themes. The first is the just transition. So we have the panelists, and the just transition is encompassing the 3 elements. The first, locality. So we have the metropolitan area and the provincial or local areas. So we'll look at the just transition from the perspective of capital and locality. And secondly, it's the element of industry. Due to the grand transition, we have to think about the industry's roles. So representing the industry, we have Yeosu, which has the chemical industrial cluster, which is the largest one in Korea. And we have Pohang, which hosts the steel manufacturing cluster. Of course, there are many other industries in Pohang. And we have Gangwon, that produce cement and other natural resources related industries. And those industries are key industries in the discussion of the NDC, because the NDC will affect these industries very much. And depending on the government's policy, these industries should pursue transition. And the third topic of transition is, as you know, related to the 3 numbers. The fertility rate of Korea is 0.75 or 0.78. I do not say that it is high or low. So I was the head of the Busan Research Institute, where I studied the local issues of the Busan area. And the fertility rate of Seoul is 0.67. On average, it's 0.75, but the Seoul's fertility rate is 0.67. I find this situation ironical. The population aging is affecting our society, and the youth issue emerges, and the industrial growth gap between the provinces is the one that we face now. And the employment issues that affect the youth is another important issue. And the second number is about the exchange rates, the 1,490 or 82 dollar. So Korea is heavily dependent on export, and the three cities that I have just mentioned will be affected by the exchange rate. So those elements are the important things to consider as we start the discussion. So I was given the order of the discussion, but I have the Dr. Moon representing Yeosu City. So I'll give the floor first to Dr. Moon, and then the second panelist to discuss is the Mr. Son, who will be presenting on the Pohang's steel industry with relation to the NDC, and then the next Mr. Lee, Dr. Lee, will discuss the Gangwon provincial's government's efforts to implement the NDC and the industry policies, and also briefly mention the action item. So that's what I want to ask the panelists. And then Mr. Kim, representing the youth group and the locality. And Mr. Kim, I ask you to talk about the transition from the perspective of youth. So, Ms. Choi, the director of GIR, so it's not easy to synthesize all things, but I ask you to share the thoughts from the perspective of government, and then I will wrap this panel discussion up. So I try to finish this panel discussion between 5 to 5:05. So first, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Moon.
Please press the button. Greetings, everyone. My name is Moon Young-soo from Yeosu Net Zero Support Center. I work at Jeonnam University Yeosu campus. So as for petrochemical industries in Yeosu, I would like to give you an overall status. And I will talk about also net zero efforts and the employment status of each industries. So maybe it was actually widely talked about in the media that petrochemical industry is in crisis. So starting from last year, the production volumes and the employment has been impacted negatively. So as for employment until last year, and 2024, things were pretty much similar. But starting from this year, we've seen a 20% reduction of the jobs created in the industrial complex because there are 300 factories in Yeosu, but the plants are run by 3 shifts. They don't actually create a lot of jobs. And the majority of them, the majority of the plants were actually established in the 1960s, where the baby boomers were employed and they were about to start retiring. So because more and more people are retiring until 3 years, it was replaced by newcomers. But starting from 3 years ago, it's actually went backward. So we're now not having a lot of job creations in the Yeosu industrial complex. So until 3 years, if we were to ask what will be the roles of companies as for net zero efforts, I didn't see any actions from the businesses. But they were not really focused on R&D, considering the net zero. They were focusing on CCUS or future growth engines just for the interest of their business, not for the green efforts. Of course, these complexes might have had a commitment, but I didn't see enough or proactive efforts from the factories back then. But now that 3 years have passed, maybe 10 years ago, Yeosu complex, there was some of the concerns that our competitive edge will be actually not enough to fight against other countries like China or the Middle East. That was the concern from all the plants had from 10 years ago. Recently, one of the petrochemical industry that were impacted the most was NCC, at the naphtha cracking centers. So in Yeosu, there is GYNCC and plants owned by GX, Cartex, and other petrochemical Korean companies. As for LG Chemicals, they have a few NCC plants, and one of them were not able to become operational even though it was constructed. That was because they made a wrong choice. Everyone said that we're having a NCC glut, but they decided to construct additional plants. So we were also surprised as to see some big companies like LG Chemicals fail to predict the future supply of NCC demand. I'm not here to criticize a specific country, but LG Chemicals back then wanted to actually construct NCC plant when it was at the peak and then phase out. But they missed the point that China was growing so rapidly. So because of all of these efforts, it impacted to the employment of Yeosu Industrial Complex. So after the retirement of the so-called baby boomers, it was very reasonable that young generations replace. However, there were two challenges. First one is people, especially young people, do not want to relocate to Yeosu, even considering the high level of salary that they can be given, because it's far away. So even though they made it to Yeosu, they will ultimately go back hometown. So that's why all the plants in Yeosu wanted to recruit the local citizens. But now even that's difficult as well. So that's why the things are not really going well in the employment part. And to address this, the local government in Yeosu, they cannot really support financially to these plants, but from their own perspective, they didn't have a lot of troubles in terms of the relationship between the labor and the employees. So that's how the local government could step in. So they had 3 consultation committees in different areas. So maybe until 4 years ago, as petrochemicals are having a crisis, and then they also had a commitment to transition to the fuels, this consultative body has become really active. So these are the supports from the local governments in terms of net zero efforts. But the decisions should be made from the businesses. So as for the trajectory, the companies in Yeosu complex are trying a lot to invest in transitions like hydrogen. But I think it will take some time for the industrial transition as a whole. And as for H2 and CCUS, we need green or blue hydrogen. So there is a private sector involved in establishing LNG terminal valued at 3 trillion won, which can actually provide blue hydrogen to Yeosu. And this is the current trajectory that I'm witnessing in the Yeosu industrial complex. I think my presentation was not coherent, but that's it for me. Thank you very much. So we are actually heading close to 5 p.m. Seems like all of you are a little tired, but please make sure that make a loud clap. So clapping and walking as I get older, realize that is very productive and helpful, and it's a way to stay healthy. So make sure that you clap as much as you can. So as for fair transition or just transition, it is about change. But I think as for change, it hinges upon the pain, and that also require giving in, surrender, and being considerate to others is what required to make a just transition. Now I want to pivot to Pohang, a city of steel where we also hear a lot of concerns from this industry too. But at the same time, I want to hear an overview of Pohang Industrial Complex and their future trajectory. And what will be some of the suggestions from Pohang's perspective? So I'd like to ask Mr. Son for his comments too. Greetings, everyone. This is Son Young-uk from Steel Industry Association. So I am researcher on steel industry. So on behalf of Pohang City, I'd like to present here about the difficulties that the industry is struggling and some of the challenges that we need to address going forward. First of all, steel industry accounts a lot for the global GHG emissions. But at the same time, that means that we have a lot of contributions to fight against the climate change. So I think this is an industry with high potential to address the climate change. So far, steel industry wanted to transition their fuels and improve performance of the furnace. And as for short-term strategy, we need to change into electricity furnace to reduce the emission levels. And in the mid to long term, another important thing is hydrogen transition technology so that we can fundamentally contribute to the carbon emission volumes. So in that regard, POSCO and Hyundai Steel Industry, specifically on the second technology, the latter technology, they're developing this hydrogen regeneration technology. And they are trying to mix blue hydrogen, and in the long term, they want to replace it by the green hydrogen and make it commercial will be their future direction. To that end, we need to adopt zero furnace process. That will be the concrete concept or strategy that these companies have. But one of the challenges will be that we need to have a short-term transition as well as some of the economical benefits too, which is very difficult to catch at the same time. And specifically for Pohang City, it's a city made out of steel industry. So as for net zero, it both directly and indirectly affects the local economy too. So that's why we need to have a phase-out policy and have economical feasibility, which is a key issue for the Pohang city as a whole. So in this perspective, some of the concerns and the challenges that the steel industries face will be the fact that, steel industry is one of the key industries that require a lot of electricity. So stable supply of electricity, as well as the price competitiveness in terms of securing the electricity is tied to the industry's competitiveness as well. So one of the common grounds that all the steel plants have in Pohang is that they want to see a reduction in the cost of industrial electricity or some of the benefits that they can receive. So that's the highest demands or needs that these steel makers have. It will take some time actually to meet their demands, and this is suggested to the government side too, though we face some of the challenges in terms of inequality with other industries, and also if subsidy is made directly from the government side, we can actually be imposed with sanctions from WTO too. So that's why at this level, the reduction of the industrial electricity cost is not really materialized. But I believe that it is one of the most important challenges that needs to be addressed. And also another challenge will be to establish the CCUS infrastructure in the complex too. And process transition will be another issue that I want to bring up. So not only the process transition, but industrial transition is also important. That means some of the people have to lose their jobs, so these idle workforce should be reskilled or retrained to find additional jobs. Is another issue that is brought up to the table. So regarding these, or this backdrop, in the case of EU, when they are budgeting for net zero, 14% of net zero budget is actually set for these sectors from EU. And same goes to Japan. They also have ambitious 11% targets too. In Korea, this portion was about 4% in 2021, which is a little low compared to others. So the cost coming from industrial and just transition will be very much high. But now the budget is focused or clustered on R&D specifically. So going forward, we need to allocate more budgets to these costs that will be coming from industrial or process transition. So that will be my suggestion to the government. And I think Industrial Transition Fund or international fund model can be one of the examples that we can look into to help address some of the financial costs coming up from industrial transition and also some of the costs that will be required for the replacing of the workers into the new sector. And I think this is tied to the exchange to the young generations, to addressing the gaps in terms of exchange with the young generations. I think this is something that is required for the exchange going forward. And another point regarding net zero is There are some gaps among different regions. Even with high reduction commitments, countries or companies with high reduction commitments actually are they're actually under disadvantage in some case. So in this perspective, we need to have a carbon equivalent system for the industry too, so that we can have a more standardized mechanism to make sure that industry peers, specifically those who set the pace, can actually be benefited. If we do so, other companies will follow suit. But right now, it's not the case. If you are industry setter, then they will be under disadvantage, which is very unreasonable. So another suggestion from me is to have a fair criteria in this perspective so that we can ramp up more and more benefits for industry leaders. And then I think that will be the motivation for these companies, because currently it's the opposite. If you are the leader in this journey, you will be rather backfired. So I think that's one of the limitations that we see, and that will actually reduce the commitments for reduction efforts. So in this perspective, we all have a consensus that steel makers do emit a lot, but on the other hand, or on the flip side, steel industry will make a foundation because steel is used for other industries like EVs or eco-friendly vehicles. So I think steel industry rather serves as a pivotal foundation for energy transition as a whole. So this is new perspective that we should have. So steel makers will boost their efforts toward technological developments and fuel transition, but at the same time, at the Pohang city level or the local government's level, it's not enough for specific local government or specific company to share the burden of this transition cost. So my suggestion is that there should be an assistance from the central government side through funds or other mechanisms so that we can reinvigorate the local economy and help the local governments to support the industries or businesses to help them reduce carbon and for industrial complex to make a just transition. Currently at the Korean scene, steel industry requires a lot of investment for R&D, like hydrogen regeneration technology, and also just transition takes up a lot of portions for budget. It's not that we don't have any budget allocated to this, but I think we need more and more budget that will be distributed to this specific sector. So if I were to sum up my presentation, so we have industrial complex of steel not only in Pohang but Gwangyang, Dangjin as well. But compared to Gwangyang and Dangjin, Pohang is unique in that it started off the steel industry for the first time, which means that it suffers heavily due to aging facilities. That's why a rapid industrial and process transition is eminent issue. That's why Pohang bears more burdens than other still industrial complex. So I think Pohang, that's why Pohang was selected as one of the emergency response cities. So for steel industry, they need to continue their development, technological development efforts. And on top of that, the budget for industrial transition should be allocated or dispersed more from the central government so that it can have a repercussion to the local economy and addressing the gaps between the existing and the next generations going forward. That's it for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Son. Please give a big hand to him. So steel and chemicals, vehicles, and cement industry was actually the growth, the ladder growth of the Korean economy. So if these industries do disrupt, it will impact our industrial backbone. If you look at the US, they have outsourced manufacturing to overseas, and then they are suffering from it because they didn't make industrial transition. And now they are looking at it again, trying to absorb or have their outsourcings back into their home country. So I think it rather serves as a benchmark for Korea to refer to, which means that our manufacturing base and for the protection of the workers in this manufacturing industry, the central government has the role to actually take actions through subsidies or direct support and help innovative countries to have more support and have a clear budget mechanism. Of course, not easy, but it's something that we need to address. But at the same time, there are some hopeful sides as well. You know, we're developing the technologies like hydrogen regeneration. So I think it's the good side.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Lee. So you have waited for a long time. You represent the Gangwon province. Please, you have the floor. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Won-ah. I'm a senior researcher of Gangwon Research Institute. I have prepared this material, but because of the time constraint, I will make my comments short. The Gangwon takes up the 18% of the area of Korea, and this is the population of Gangwon province and GDP. Its GDP, the province takes up the more than 2%, but when you look at the greenhouse gas emissions, the province takes 7.7%. So the energy and the industrial process takes up the 16%. And when it comes to the absorption, it takes up 26%. So it emits a lot, but then it absorbs a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. That's the characteristics of Gangwon-do. And the population is low and the GDP is low. Then why does Gangwon emit so much greenhouse gases? And the coal fire plants are located in Gangwon province. And the cement industry, which is the important player of the economic growth of Korea, is located in Gangwon. And Gangwon province and the under it, the Chungcheong province host the cement industry. The cement industry is the largest emitter. So in my opinion, that is the reason why the Gangwon is the largest emitter. So how can we address this? I will share our plan with you. When it comes to the coal power plant, we have alternative, which are the renewable energy sources. So we will secure the 100 megawatts in the 5 years of time, and the coal fire plant will be phased out starting from the western part of the country. And the Gangwon province hosts the most recently built coal power plant, so it'll be the power plant that will be phased out. And when it comes to cement, there is no alternative. So let's say we can build new buildings or the roads. That's not the option to replace the cement. So when it comes to cement industry, we need to develop technology, and we need to develop the carbon capture and storage and the reutilization of carbon that is emitted from the cement industry. So that is what we are thinking of when it comes to the cement industry's emitter. And Gangwon province is the self-governing province. Like the Jeju Island, Gangwon is the second the province that has been designated as such. And we have the Gihu Tech, or such as the CCUS, is the technology that we will develop. So hydrogen and the nuclear power waste materials and the CCUS and forestation are the area that we invest to develop technology. And it seems like you have a much interest in CCUS, since the cement industry is the key industry that Gangwon has. So I will talk about this, and then lastly, I will talk about transition. So in the CCS, the Korean government has formulated mega project. The core of the mega project includes everything. For example, steel, the petrochemical, cement, which are the largest emitters. So how can we deal with the greenhouse gas emissions from these three industries? So Gangwon has the demonstration project going on. So Gangwon and Samcheok cities are the hub for cement industry. So how can we address the greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted from this area? So we are running a pilot project regarding that, and we will transition the carbon to the new elements chemically and electrically, so through the many other newly developed technologies. So that's what we do in the pilot project site. And lastly, as for the device to capture carbon, we are also running a pilot project. The Gangwon is used as a test bed to develop new technologies. So many things are going on in Gangwon province. Next, the Korean government's CCU mega projects. You see the diagram that represents the project. The carbon is captured and repurposed as a new product, like the Yeosu and Pohang does and Dangjin does. So the Gangwon and the Chungcheong province are also implementing the projects to address this carbon capture related issues. And we have CCS, Technology Promotion Agency. So we have established this center to address the carbon capture. And we'll also developing an approach to reutilize the carbon that has been captured. And next, I will talk about transition. So Gangwon pushed for the transition projects faster than any other province. So we first produced the coal and the many other carbon emitting resources. So we implemented the carbon decarbonization projects, investing the 3 trillion won, but then we saw the hollowing out of population from our state, our province. So as for the transition, we need to take long-term perspective. So with the status quo, we need to nurture the new transition projects. We cannot shut down all the existing industries because we cannot let the people in Gangwon province leave our province. So now we are discussing the many projects related to transition. We have to predict the future. We need to take preventive measures with a view to the transitioning. So as the moderator said, the population decreasing or aging. So we have to address the challenges from the long-term perspective. And that's the end of my comment. Thank you very much. The Yeosu, Pohang cities, and Gangwon province have made their presentations on the current status and industry status. So as the panelists said, so we are looking at not just the crisis, but the opportunities. So I'm seeing the good opportunities. CCUS is about the capturing carbon that is emitted, and we can bury that carbon underground with that technology. So we have listened to the discussions from the three panelists. So I am with the Busan National University. I am an engineer as well. So I have been a professor for more than the 28 years. In the early 2000s, in our engineering department, most of the students worked for the industries in Pohang, Yeosu, and Ulsan, which are the main areas of discussion that we are having now. So we are the generation of that time where the manufacturing industries flourished. But now when our students say that I want to go work in the Yeosu, Pohang, and those cities that are known for manufacturing hub, so I have my doubt. So when I look at the country's policies, we have to think seriously about a way future. So we have to think about the key message where we should not left no one behind. We have to consider the group of population, and the carbon and the climate action is related to the daily life of people in our country. And now, Mr. Kim, so would you say something about your organization and your thoughts about climate action? Hello, I am Kim Yeon-tae. I am working at the Big Wave, which is the Youth Climate Change Action Group. And thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion, the organizer of this forum. Thank you very much for having me. And it's an honor for me to be here as a panelist because I don't have enough time. I will speak about the main points. So I have met about 100,000 people as I started the organization, and I want to share my opinions and my experiences as I met with those people. UNFCCC COP21 and the Paris Agreement are the main discussion points, and not just the government officials, but also the industry leaders and the youth participate in the COP meetings. And I want to share what the youth felt about this, and I want to talk about the Big Waves activities, and also I want to talk about what the youth called for. So in the COP21, I was in Paris. So the National Assembly of Korea selected the young people to participate in that COP21. So to be able to be selected as a member of that group, I studied English a lot, and the government, the National Assembly, selected the students who had the different backgrounds from the different universities. So at the time, I was very excited about going there, and the news media covered the UNFCCC COP COP21, and many people were excited about the possible agreement in Paris. So what did happen there, and when the youth participants got the badge, and we could not join the closed meetings, but outside the venue, we could meet the government officials and share our opinions about the actions that we need to make. So in line with that, we also conducted some performances, and we exchanged the youth from different countries. It was not the meeting room, but it was outside the venue, sitting on the ground and presenting some performances. Also, we showed the beauty of Korean culture and shared our thoughts about the climate action. And we also observed the COP, and we were the observants. So at the time, the government officials from 169 countries discussed. So the youths were there to observe, to see how they were working well. And luckily, I met with the Mr. Pan, the former Secretary General, and the climate ambassador, and many other high-level officials. So I was very motivated, and I shared our voices with those high officials. And then after the COP, the COP21, we created the youth group, Big Wave. It started with the 5 members, but now we have the 1,000 members that include the office workers and the college students as well. So we want to become a main agents in leading the climate action. We have 4 values: the courage to challenge, the become authentic to deliver our message and value. And I want to list all the activities that we have conducted, but because of the time constraint, I want to make my comment brief. So we started with the 5 members, but then the Mr. Che, the climate ambassador, was advisor to us. And more recently, we conducted the action lawsuit on the climate, and we were behind all those actions. And we also discussed about the employment of the youth. And we also shared our voices through podcasts. And we also participate in the sessions of the National Assembly. So we met with the hundreds of thousands of young people, and we've learned that all those young people share the same ideas and same concerns. And regarding the NDC, the government officials need to listen to our voices, and the members of our organization had this same message. The government officials need to take action to achieve the NDC. So we actually targeted the NDC level at 65%, and we requested that higher level because it is necessary to achieve the 2050's net neutrality. So the industries felt the pain to implement what they need to do to achieve the NDC. So they complained about their pains. But then we are looking ahead, and we also need to have a just transition. So in the process of achieving the NDC, we need to take care of the vulnerable people who should not be neglected and who should be left behind. And I also urge the government and the stakeholders to care about the employment of the youth. And when a person wants to do the PV work, and the other people just look at me like the plumber or the equipment installer. So they do not value what I do. And we are not just calling for the jobs that get us money. We want to get some recognition. So we want that we want our jobs in this field to be recognized as a contributor. And usually many young people want to become a doctor or a lawyer, but then people would not just simply say you should work in the renewable energy sector or the PV sector, but they want their children to work in promising the industry segments. So when I listen to my friend who work in the offshore wind power farm, and when it comes to offshore wind farm, what is important is the acceptance among the neighborhood. So if the one is not accepted in the local society, who would work in that area? So these four are the ones that I want to call for, and I want to talk about the next step. We need a clear scenario and policy. And of those policies, the government need to think about the jobs that the youth want. And what we want is the industrial ecosystem. It is not just the simple jobs. We just don't want the government to offer our single job. We want an ecosystem. So today we heard a lot about the industry, but we did not discuss the employment and the jobs that are appealing to the youth. So I urge you to consider this to create the jobs that are appealing to the youth. Thank you very much. So in the end, we need to respect others, not as enemies. About the controversial issues, we need to think about the youth, industry, and the government and businesses. All of them are the partners. So in that regard, the ethical and the basic considerations should be given to the youth as well. And that is a way for us to create the ecosystem as we launch on this journey. And I would like to give the floor to Ms. Che. So please discuss about the just transition and other social issues. And please share your thoughts and about the necessary things in that regard.
So they were all insightful comments. So as for GHG Intelligence Center, we do analyze and report the data and boost the implementation efforts. So starting from last year, one observation from my side was we should not only focus on the reduction targets. So back in 2008 or 2009, during the Lee Myung-bak administration, our 2020 target was 32% versus BAU. So I was actually included in that reduction target setting meeting as part of the government officials. And I, back then, witnessed everyone was so focused on 30% target, but I realized that we need a more concrete implementation and the assessment of this implementation. But after in 20 years, I think still my observation is pretty much the same. As for global targets, numbers do mean a lot, but as our NDC targets do increase and do revise, and as we have only 5 years left until 2030 goal, it is time for us to assess on how we are or where we are. So as for 2030 targets, we have numbers already set. And as for establishing the tangible implementation goals and how much consistency the government can have with regards to the policy implementation and what kind of signal that the market can receive and how we can have a transparent and objective implementation check is something that we need to consider. And in this process, the KGX implementation strategy, which was presented from my presentation, is something that we need to consider too. This strategy should be covering next 5 years to help industries to respond and devise R&D efforts, and for the academia to ramp up their R&D efforts will be tied to KGX. And today we also heard from chemical industries and petrochemicals and also steel industry. And this is one of the concerns when we set NDC, because the current steel and cement industry take a huge portion of emissions because they account for more than 40% of GHG level. And as for our 2030 NDC targets, the industry takes up almost whopping 60%, including the electricity consumption too. So in this regard, when we talk about the industrial structure for next decade, everyone talks about China's growth, which will actually influence our manufacturing basis. But then how can we help the manufacturing industry to have more decarbonization efforts? It's something that we need to consider, and there were a lot of concerns too. But if I were to conclude, as I laid out on my presentation, the industry has the highest or ambitious level, but for our goals to stretch 2040 and 2050, the industry should prepare more and more. So hydrogen, regeneration, even though they're not included in our 2035 plan, maybe after 2035, they will be included as the industrial game changer. And to the end, KGX should include the support to this specific technology and help and support the industry is something that I felt today. And last but not least, for industries to transition, how can local economy can replace is something that they also have to consider too. So locally driven job creation or industrial growth is necessary as we go into decarbonization, because for the renewables, we are targeting 100 gigawatts, and 2035, our target will be tripled. But to that end, the key will be to have more flexibility to make sure that we address the imbalance of renewable supply. My perspective, or our perspective, is that if every job is clustered on the Seoul and metropolitan area, even though we expand the generation of the renewables, I think it's very difficult to have stability in the electricity. So that will ultimately require industries to relocate to areas with high level of electricity supply that comes from renewables. So that will be the clear picture that we take at this moment. So renewables and decarbonization efforts should go hand in hand together. So in this perspective, I think this was the most challenging concern that I had when we set NDC targets. And that should be taken into account when we implement NDC. And that's something that the Ministry of Climate, Energy and the Environment and our center will consider too. So that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. So from 2008 onwards, I served 4 years at Low Carbon Growth Committee and 3 years at the current committee that I am in. Back then, I also vividly remember encountering her when we worked at the public official. And now she is leading the center. So that's quite impressive. So it was quite kind of like a joke, but I don't think people are laughing. So for me, allow me to conclude the session. But if there are any comments from the floor, that will be also welcome too. Is there anyone who would like to suggest any ideas or comments from the floor too? So I think we have one. It's a question to Ms. Choi. As we declared our phase-out plan for 2040, so did you decide specific thermal power plants that will be targeted? That's something that we need to decide. It's not determined yet. So as for core phase-out 2040, we actually didn't consider a criteria for specific thermal power plants. So that will be coming out. I mean, the criteria will come out first half of next year. And then the roadmap, more specific roadmap for fuel transition will be set from the Ministry of the Climate, Energy and Economy. Thank you for your comment, and I would like to remind all the participants or attendees for your attendance coming from different regions, industries, which led a robust discussion for net zero and industrial transition. As a closing remarks, I'd like to emphasize one more time. So when we bring up transition, you know, as I am nearing 60, I think the growth trajectory of the Republic of Korea will definitely become sustainable, even albeit a lot of challenges. Because a lot of policies that were discussed here, and devising a strategy will be the ultimate pathways to rather turn the climate change crisis into an opportunity to drive tech-driven net zero green growth. In that regard, the government is trying to look into financial support, and there are strong commitments from the local side too. When coupled together, I think we can definitely achieve our targets. Last but not least, I'm not sure about our future pathways, but one thing I am certain for sure is the opportunity from the climate change hinges upon the young generations, not the current generations. So what that means is we need a joint dialogue that includes young generations too. So whenever I teach at school, I always emphasize to my students that the idea or climate change or green transition is something that require active or vocal comments from young generations, because if you look into maybe 20 years later, when you reflect, you will focus on the things that you didn't do it, which is the quote from Mark Twain. And I think that applies to this industry too. So I hope that our industry will transition into that way. And with that, I'd like to finish off our session. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists and the moderator, for your insightful discussion. I'm sure all of you are aware of the fact that this year we're at the pivotal moment for climate dialogue as it marks 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, and that all the countries have submitted their new or renewed NDC targets. With that, before we close off, I would like to once again invite Mr. Che for his closing remarks too. Please give him a big round of applause.
So I will make my closing comment very short. Indeed, in 1991, in March, at the UN FCCC, I participated in the meeting. On that occasion, I started the discussion and my activities in climate action. So when we engaged in negotiations, we always said that by quoting Nelson Mandela, and it is almost the miracle that we are here in this situation. So this concludes the session, and I will make this climate action together with you going forward as well. And this concludes the 2025 East Asia, the Climate Dialogue, and the all programs for this dialogue has been concluded. And I hope that the discussions that we have had today will serve as a founding a stone to make a leap forward. And we'll also have a Climatus activity, so please refer to that. And once again, I thank you for your participation. I am Choi Jung-eun, the MC for this dialogue. Thank you very much.